My girlfriend announced, "I'm quitting my job to be an influencer. You'll pay for everything while I find myself." I replied, "Sounds like a plan." Then I cashed out her entire joint savings account to cover our rent for the year. She texted me from the airport lounge in Bali that her bank card wasn't working. I was at home looking at the bank receipt, showing where I'd spent the money from our joint account. $21,000, her half, all gone to prepaid bills. Let me go back 3 weeks to when this started. I got home from work on a Tuesday and found Cassie sitting on the couch with her laptop. She had that look, the one where she's already decided something and is just waiting to tell me. I'd seen it before when she made big announcements. This time felt bigger. She closed the laptop and said we needed to talk about her career. I sat down and listened. She explained that her job at the marketing firm was draining her soul, that she wasn't living authentically, that she'd been working with a life coach who helped her realize her true calling was content creation and being an influencer. I asked, "What kind of content?" She said, "Lifestyle content. Travel, wellness, daily routines." Her life coach told her she had the perfect energy for it. She just needed to commit fully. I asked about money. She said that's what she wanted to discuss. She was quitting her job to focus on building her brand. It would take 6 months to a year to really get established and start earning. During that time, I'd need to cover all our expenses. She'd contribute by managing the household and creating content. I asked if she was serious. She said, completely serious, that this was her dream and I needed to support it. That couples support each other through career changes. I asked about her half of the bills. She said bills were just material concerns, and I needed to think bigger picture about investing in our future together. We'd been together for 3 years, living together for 1. She made decent money at her job, about the same as me. We split everything 50-50. Rent, utilities, groceries. It worked fine. Now she wanted me to bankroll her Instagram dreams while she found herself. I asked how much she'd saved up for this transition. She said that wasn't the point, that her savings were for business investments, equipment, clothes for content, maybe travel for location shoots. She couldn't use that money for boring stuff like rent. I looked at her for a long moment. Then I said, "Sounds like a plan." She seemed surprised I agreed so easily. Asked if I was sure. I said, "Absolutely. Follow your dreams. I'd handle the finances." She hugged me and said I was amazing, that she'd make this worth it, that when she was successful, I'd see this was the right decision. That weekend, she quit her job. Posted something long on social media about choosing authenticity over security, about betting on herself. Her friends all commented with support. Lots of "You go girl" and "So proud of you" comments. Monday morning, while she was at a coffee shop planning her content strategy, I went to the bank. We had a joint savings account we'd opened about 18 months ago. The plan was to save for a down payment on a house eventually. We each put in $500 a month. She'd deposited about $12,000 when we opened it from her previous savings. I'd contributed about $9,000 over time. Current balance was around $42,000. The account was set up as joint with rights of survivorship. Both of us could withdraw without the other's signature. I pulled out $21,000, exactly half, had it transferred to my personal checking account, left $21,000 in the joint account. Then I started making payments. Our rent was $1,700 a month. I contacted our landlord and asked if I could prepay rent for the year. He said absolutely. Loved the idea of guaranteed income. I wrote him a check from the joint account for $20,400, 12 months at $1,700. He gave me a signed receipt showing we were paid through the following November. Then I looked at utilities. Most companies have policies about prepaying. I called the internet provider. They let me prepay 6 months maximum. Paid $300 from the joint account. Electric company, same policy. 6 months max. Our average bill was about $90 monthly. Paid $540 total. Gas and water were similar. Each let me prepay up to 6 months. By the end of that Monday, I'd spent roughly $21,000 from the joint account, all on our shared expenses. Rent secured for a year. Utilities covered for 6 months. Her half of the bills handled just like she wanted. I saved every receipt, every confirmation email, put it all in a folder on my computer and backed it up. Cassie came home that evening excited about her content strategy. She'd mapped out her aesthetic, ordered a ring light and a new phone gimbal. Said she was meeting with a photographer later that week for professional shots. I asked how much. She said $800, but it was an investment in her brand. I said that sounded good. She seemed happy I was being supportive. Over the next week, she spent money constantly. New clothes for content. A skincare routine that cost $300 because her skin needed to look good on camera. Subscriptions to editing apps. A designer bag for outfit content. Every few days she'd mention something else she needed for her brand. I'd nod and she'd buy it from the joint account. 2 weeks after she quit her job, she announced she was going to Bali. Said her life coach recommended it. That she needed travel content and Bali was perfect for her brand. Beaches, temples, wellness retreats. Very on brand, she said. I asked how long? She said 2 weeks. I asked how much? She said around $4,000 total. Flights, nice hotel, activities to film. All content investments. She'd pay from the joint account. I told her to have an amazing trip. That this sounded perfect for her brand. She was excited. I was being so supportive. Said when she came back with all this content, her following would explode. She left on a Friday morning. I drove her to the airport. She was so excited she barely looked at me when she got out. Just grabbed her bags and rushed inside. I went home and pulled up my tracking spreadsheet. Rent prepaid through the following November. Utilities prepaid through July. Total spent from the joint account was $21,000, her half of the original $42,000 balance. Meanwhile, she'd been spending. Equipment and supplies over 2 weeks came to about $6,000. Her Bali trip was $4,000. Total of $10,000 spent by her from what remained in the joint account after I withdrew my half. The math worked out to roughly $11,000 left in the account. But she hadn't been checking the balance regularly, just swiping the card whenever she needed something for her brand. Saturday morning, I got a text. She'd landed and Bali was beautiful. Sent me a picture of her hotel room. Very nice, looked expensive. Sunday, she posted her first travel content. Professional shot of her on a beach at sunset. Caption about following your dreams and living authentically. Got maybe 200 likes from friends and family. Monday, she posted more. Temple visit, fancy breakfast, yoga on the beach. Her follower count went up by about 50 people. Tuesday afternoon, my phone started buzzing. Multiple calls from Cassie. I was at work in a meeting, so I let them go to voicemail. Then texts started coming through. Her card declined. The joint account card. She'd tried to pay for a spa treatment. It got declined. She checked the app. The balance showed $11,000. That couldn't be right. There should be way more. What was going on? I texted back during a break, said the balance was correct, that she'd spent about $10,000 in 2 weeks, and I'd withdrawn my half of the savings before she started her spending. What was left was hers. My phone immediately started ringing again. I sent it to voicemail. Another meeting starting. She called 4 more times over the next hour. Finally, I texted her, said I was at work and would explain everything later, that she should check her email. I was sending her a detailed breakdown. The email had a spreadsheet attached. Every transaction from the joint account since she quit her job, her photography session, her equipment purchases, her new wardrobe, her skincare products, her software subscriptions, her Bali trip expenses. Running total showing about $10,000 spent by her. Then a separate section. My withdrawal of $21,000, explanation that I'd taken exactly half of the account balance. Then the list of what I'd spent it on. Rent prepaid through November, internet prepaid through July, electric prepaid through July, gas prepaid through July, water prepaid through July. Total approximately $21,000. A note at the bottom. She'd asked me to pay for everything while she built her brand, so I paid for everything. Our shared living expenses for the next several months, using her portion of the joint savings, just like she'd suggested. She called again immediately. I was finally done with meetings, so I answered. She was screaming before I even said hello, said I'd stolen her money, that I had no right, that she needed that money for her business, that I'd sabotaged her dream deliberately. I said I didn't steal anything, that I withdrew my own funds from a joint account, which was completely legal, that I then spent her portion on our shared bills, which she'd said she couldn't contribute to anymore. That everything was documented and she was welcome to review all receipts. She said I knew that money was for her business. I said she never specified that. She said paying rent a year in advance was insane. Nobody does that. I said our landlord was happy to accept it, that I'd gotten a receipt, that we didn't have to worry about rent for months now. She said I'd ruined everything. That she couldn't finish her trip properly. That she couldn't create the content she'd planned. I said she still had $11,000. That should cover the rest of her 2 weeks in Bali plus plenty more. She said it wasn't enough, that she'd had other plans. I suggested coming home early, saving what she had left. She said I was being cruel, that I knew how important this was. I said I did know. That's why I made sure our bills were covered, so she wouldn't have to worry. She hung up. Her friend Melissa texted me an hour later, said I was being unreasonable, that Cassie was having a breakdown in her hotel in a foreign country because I'd stolen her money. I sent Melissa the spreadsheet, showed every transaction, every receipt, proved I'd withdrawn my own money and spent her portion on shared bills. Melissa didn't text back after that. Cassie came home 4 days later instead of 2 weeks. She'd cut the trip short and used a credit card for the flight change. Came through the door, furious, started yelling immediately, said I'd humiliated her, that she'd had to tell everyone she was cutting her trip short because of an emergency, that her content strategy was destroyed. I asked why she didn't just tell people her budget changed. She said that would make her look unprofessional, like she couldn't plan properly. I said she couldn't plan properly. She'd spent $10,000 in 2 weeks without tracking her balance. She said those were business expenses. I said business expenses still need budgets. She said I didn't understand entrepreneurship, that sometimes you have to invest heavily at first. I said investing is fine, but the money was meant for our shared future. She said I'd agreed to support her dream. I said I was supporting her. All our bills were covered for months. She had no expenses except her personal things. She could get a part-time job to fund her influencer work. She said that defeated the whole purpose, that she needed full-time focus on content. I told her that wasn't my problem, that I'd done my part, that she'd made choices with her money and now had to live with them. She moved into the spare room that night, said she couldn't look at me. I was fine with that. The next few days, she was on her phone constantly, complaining to friends about me. I could hear her through the wall, telling them I'd sabotaged her, that I'd stolen her savings, that I was controlling and financially abusive. Her friend group started messaging me, saying I needed to fix this, that Cassie had sacrificed her career and I'd destroyed her chance. I sent them all the same spreadsheet. Most stopped messaging after seeing the actual numbers. Her life coach called me, said Cassie was in a vulnerable state and needed support. I told the life coach that Cassie was an adult who made decisions about her own money, that I'd supported those decisions by ensuring our bills were paid. The life coach said I was being overly literal and not emotionally present, that Cassie needed emotional support, not financial logic. I said emotional support didn't pay rent. Hung up. Cassie tried changing tactics after a week, came out of the spare room and said we needed to talk. Sat down and said she'd been thinking, that maybe she'd moved too fast. That maybe she should have kept her job and done the influencer thing on the side first. I agreed that would have been smarter. She said she wanted to fix things. Asked if I'd help her financially to finish building her foundation. Just a few thousand more to really establish things properly. I said no. She got angry. Said I was being petty and vindictive, that I was punishing her for chasing her dreams. I said I wasn't punishing anyone, that she'd chased her dreams using her money and now her money was mostly gone. That was just reality. She said we were supposed to be partners, that partners help each other. I said partners also communicate before making life-changing financial decisions. That partners don't announce they're quitting their income and expect the other person to fund everything indefinitely. She started crying, said I didn't believe in her, that if I loved her, I'd want her to succeed. I said I did want her to succeed, just not with my money funding it. She called me heartless and went back to the spare room. 2 weeks after Bali, she started job hunting, posted on LinkedIn that she was exploring new opportunities. Didn't mention the influencer career. Her Bali posts were still up on Instagram, but she wasn't posting new content. Her follower count had settled around 400 followers after spending $10,000 and quitting her job. Not exactly a great return on investment. She got some interviews, started wearing work clothes again, looked miserable every time she left the apartment. One evening she came home and said she had an offer. Different marketing firm, similar role to her old job, slightly less pay. Started in 2 weeks. I said that was good news. She said it wasn't good news, that she was giving up on her dream. I said she was being realistic. She said I'd destroyed her confidence, that she couldn't pursue her passion anymore because I'd made sure she couldn't afford to. I reminded her she'd spent $10,000 in 2 weeks, that even if I hadn't touched the money, she'd have burned through everything in a few months anyway. She said that was different, that she'd have had time to start monetizing. I said 400 followers wasn't monetizing anything. She didn't have a response to that. She moved out 6 weeks after the Bali trip. Said she couldn't stay with someone who didn't support her. Got an apartment with 2 roommates. Took all her stuff, including the ring light and equipment she'd bought. I helped her move because I'm not a complete jerk. Her last words to me were that she hoped I was happy with myself, that I'd crushed her dreams to prove a point. I said I'd proved that bills need to be paid regardless of dreams. She slammed the door. That was 4 months ago now. I still have the apartment, still have another 8 months of prepaid rent. The utilities are still prepaid. I'm saving a ton of money since I'm not splitting bills with anyone. Cassie's Instagram is still active, but she barely posts. Last thing was 3 weeks ago. A quote about rising from setbacks, got 40 likes. Her bio still says content creator but also lists her marketing job. Her friend Melissa sent me a message last month, said Cassie was struggling with her roommates and money was tight, asked if I'd consider helping her out. I said no. Melissa said I was cold. I said Cassie made her choices. Melissa blocked me. I ran into Cassie's life coach at a coffee shop a few weeks ago. She recognized me and came over. Said she hoped I'd learned something from this experience, that supporting a partner's dreams was important. I said I'd learned that paying rent in advance was actually pretty convenient. She walked away shaking her head. Someone from Cassie's friend group posted something vague on social media about people who sabotage others. Didn't name me, but it was obvious. Said some people can't handle when their partner wants to grow and evolve. That small-minded people hold back visionaries. A mutual friend messaged me asking what really happened. I sent him the spreadsheet. He responded that Cassie had told everyone a very different story, that I'd stolen her money and abandoned her in Bali. I told him he could believe whatever he wanted, but I had receipts for everything. He said the receipts showed I'd technically done what I said, but it was still a jerk move. I asked him if he'd be cool with his girlfriend quitting her job and expecting him to pay all her bills indefinitely while she became an influencer. He said that was different. I asked how. He stopped responding. My brother thinks it's hilarious. Says I should have just broken up with her when she announced the plan. I said this way was more educational. He says I'm petty. Maybe true. My mom asked what happened with Cassie. I gave her the overview. She said I could have handled it differently, that I should have just said no directly. I said I did say no, just in a way that taught a lesson. Mom said that was manipulative. Possibly, but it worked. Would I do it again? Probably yes. Could I have just ended things when she quit? Sure. But then she'd spend years telling everyone I didn't support her dreams, that I killed her chance at success. This way she spent her own money on her dream. I protected mine. And when it collapsed, she couldn't really blame me. Well, she tried, but anyone looking at the numbers could see what actually happened. The apartment is peaceful now. No ring lights in the living room, no content planning sessions at the kitchen table, no talk about authentic living while expecting me to bankroll it. I started seeing someone new a few months ago. She has a regular job she enjoys. Makes her own money. Pays her own way. When I told her about Cassie on our 4th date, she laughed and said that was wild. Said she couldn't imagine asking someone to fund a career that didn't exist yet. I said I couldn't imagine asking either. We're doing well. Cassie texted me 2 weeks ago, said she'd been reflecting on everything, that she understood now why I did what I did, that she'd been unrealistic and unfair, that she should have planned better. Almost sounded like an actual apology. Then she asked if I'd consider trying again, that she'd learned from her mistakes, that she was more grounded now, more practical. I didn't respond. Some people don't get second chances. My rent goes back to normal next month, $1,700 like always. My utilities are just regular billing now. My savings are growing since I'm not splitting costs. Things are good. Sometimes I check Cassie's Instagram out of curiosity. Still says content creator in the bio. Last post was 10 days ago. A selfie with a generic caption about perseverance. 29 likes. That $10,000 investment really paid off. The argument started like they always do, over something stupid. It was a Saturday morning, and I just needed to go to the hardware store. I'm in the middle of building some shelves for my office, and I needed different screws. The keys to our only car, a nice SUV, were on the tray by the door where my wife, Amelia, likes them kept. I grabbed them, yelled that I'd be back in an hour, and was about to leave. "And where do you think you're going?" Her voice came from the top of the stairs, sharp and bossy. She was standing up there with her arms crossed, looking down at me. Not like a wife, but like a principal about to give a kid detention. "To the hardware store," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "I need screws for the shelves." She walked down the stairs slowly, just staring at the keys in my hand. "Did you ask me if you could take the car?" I just looked at her for a second. The question was so ridiculous. I'm a 42-year-old man. I'm a partner at an architectural firm. I don't need to ask permission to go buy screws. "It's our car, Amelia," I said. I could already feel myself getting annoyed. "It's my car," she said back with this little smirk. "The registration is in my name. The insurance is in my name. Your name isn't on a single piece of paper for that vehicle. It's a privilege for you to use it, not a right." And yeah, technically, she was right. When we bought the car 3 years ago, her dad, who is a financial planner and manages our money, said it was smarter for tax purposes to put it in her name. Like an idiot, I went along with it to avoid a fight. I paid the down payment for my savings, and the monthly payments come from our joint account, which my salary mostly funds. But on paper, it was hers. And now she was using that paper like a weapon. "I need to go to the store," I said again, my voice getting harder. She just held out her hand. "The keys, Michael." I didn't move. We just stood there staring at each other. This wasn't about the car, and we both knew it. It was about control. It had always been about control. Her controlling the money, our social life, even what temperature the house was set at. This was just her being more obvious about it than usual. Finally, her voice got louder, and she snapped, "No car keys until you learn to ask for permission. I am not having this argument every single weekend." I looked at her hand, then at the keys, then at her face. Her expression was just cold. And that was it. Something in my head just settled. A decision that had been building for years finally clicked into place. This marriage wasn't just bad. It was a cage, and she had just rattled the bars one last time. I didn't yell. I didn't fight. I put the keys right in her hand. "Sure," I said. My voice was calm, almost flat. "You're right. I should have asked." The look of pure victory on her face was something to see. She thought she'd won. She thought she'd put me in my place. She turned with a smug smile and walked back upstairs, leaving me standing there like a teenager who'd just been grounded. She had no idea she hadn't just won a stupid argument. She had just started an avalanche. Update 1. That weekend was weird. I played the part of the good, obedient husband. I finished the shelves with the wrong screws. I spent the rest of the time reading in my office. Anytime Amelia wanted to go out, I'd politely ask if I could come with her. To the grocery store, to her parents for brunch. She was loving it, acting all high and mighty now that she'd won, granting me the privilege of riding shotgun in the car I paid for. But while I was acting defeated, my mind was working overtime. Look, I'm an architect. My whole job is about finding weak spots in a structure before it collapses. And our marriage was a condemned building. I was about to start planning the demolition. On Monday morning, she drove me to work. This was a new thing she started, and it felt just as humiliating as you'd think. "I'll pick you up at 5:30, she said, like my mom dropping me off at school. The second I walked into my office, I started making moves. First thing on the list, get independent. At lunch, I walked over to a car dealership near my office. I didn't want another SUV. I wanted something for myself. I test drove a sports sedan I'd wanted for years. One Amelia always said was impractical. I leased it right there on the spot, using money from my personal savings. The dealership said they could deliver it to my office garage by the end of the day. Second on the list, cut off the money supply. After the dealership, I went to a completely different bank. I opened a new checking account, a new savings account, and an investment account, all just in my name. Back at the office, I got on my company's HR portal and had my entire paycheck rerouted to my new accounts. That was the end of my money going into the joint accounts Amelia and her dad controlled. Third, and most important, figure out the damage. For years, I'd let Amelia's dad, Richard, manage our finances. He's a partner at a small wealth management firm and had convinced me he could get us better returns. I had even given him power of attorney over my investment portfolio, which I had for 10 years before I even met Amelia. It was a stupid mistake based on trust, and I was about to find out just how stupid. I spent the rest of the afternoon on the phone with my lawyer, Ben. He's a shark who specializes in messy, high-asset divorces. I told him everything. Ben was blunt. He said I had to revoke Richard's power of attorney immediately and get an independent audit of everything he'd ever managed. He warned me it was going to get ugly. That evening, I was waiting on the curb when Amelia pulled up. She had that smug look on her face. "Ready to go home?" she asked. "Actually," I said, "I think I'll drive myself." Right on cue, a flatbed truck from the dealership pulled into the driveway. On the back was my new car, a black sedan looking mean and ready to go. The driver hopped out and handed me the keys. Amelia just stared, her mouth hanging open as they unloaded my car. The look on her face was something else. It wasn't just shock or anger. I saw fear in her eyes for the first time in a long time. It was the fear of a queen who just watched a pawn get to the other side of the board. "What is that?" she finally managed to say. "That," I said, holding up my new keys, "is my car, so I don't have to ask for permission anymore." I got in, and the smell of new leather was incredible. I looked over at her, still sitting in her SUV, looking completely stunned. I gave her a little wave and drove off, leaving her in my rearview mirror. The first bomb had gone off. Update 2. The drive home was amazing. I just listened to the engine. It was a hell of a lot better than the tense silence I'd gotten used to at home. When I pulled into the driveway, she was already there, having broken who knows how many laws to beat me home. She was standing on the porch, arms crossed, looking furious. "We need to talk," she said, her voice low. "Okay," I said and walked right past her into the house. She came in after me, slamming the door. "You bought a car? A $60,000 car? Without even discussing it with me?" "Leased it, actually," I said. "And you're right, I didn't. I made a decision. I need a reliable way to get to work, and my access to the other car became conditional." "Conditional? I just wanted you to ask. It's common courtesy, Michael." "No, Amelia," I said, finally turning to face her. "It's control, and I'm done playing. The new car is just the first of many changes around here." The anger on her face just vanished, and she went pale. She started to look scared. "What does that mean?" "It means I had a very interesting talk with my lawyer today," I said, "and my new bank manager. I'm taking back control of my finances. My paycheck isn't going into the joint account anymore, and I've revoked your father's power of attorney over my investments." Mentioning her father was a direct hit. She actually flinched. "You can't do that. My father is our financial advisor. He has a strategy for us." "He has a strategy for himself," I said back. "One that seems to involve a lot of risky investments with my money and not a lot of transparency. I've requested a full audit of every account he manages. I'm very interested to see what turns up." She just stood there, totally silent. She'd lost control of the car, and now she was losing control of the money. Her whole power structure was falling apart in just a few hours. The next few days were a cold war inside our house. She wouldn't speak to me, just slammed doors and had loud, angry phone calls with her mother. I didn't care. I was busy. I had a team of accountants going through years of Richard's financial records, and what they were finding wasn't good. He had been churning my accounts, making tons of trades just to generate commissions for his firm. He had invested a huge chunk of my money in a tech startup that went bust, a company he was a secret partner in. He wasn't just mismanaging my money, he was stealing it. The real bombshell landed a week later. The auditors found wire transfers from my investment account to a holding company I'd never heard of. Turns out that company owned the house her parents lived in. He had used over $200,000 of my money to pay off his own mortgage. With the audit report, I was ready. I told Amelia to have her parents at our house on Saturday morning for an urgent financial discussion. I told her to have them bring their lawyer. I told her my lawyer, Ben, would be there too. They arrived acting all offended and defiant. Richard walked in like he owned the place, already complaining and demanding answers. "This is a breach of trust, Michael. After all I've done for you." I didn't say a thing. I just let Ben take over. Ben was a shark. He calmly laid out everything from the audit, with charts and copies of the illegal wire transfers. He explained, in simple terms, the legal definitions of investment fraud and embezzlement. As Ben talked, Richard's face went from red to a pasty white. The tough guy act disappeared and he just started sweating. Amelia's mom looked like she was going to be sick. Amelia just stared at the table in horror. When Ben was done, he slid a document across the table, a separation agreement. "Here's the deal," Ben said. "Michael is willing to not press criminal charges against you, Richard. He's also willing to not sue your firm into the ground, which you would lose. In exchange, you will repay every penny you stole, with interest. And Amelia," he said, turning to her, "will sign this agreement. She waives all rights to alimony and any claim on Michael's assets. Her name comes off the deed to this house. She leaves with her personal belongings and nothing else." Their lawyer, who was clearly out of his league, started to argue about marital assets. Ben just smiled. "Are you sure you want to do that? My next call is to the DA. Your client is looking at 10 years in federal prison. His daughter could be an accessory. Your choice." Final update. The negotiation was over before it started. Faced with prison, they folded. Richard, it turned out, had just enough money stashed away to pay me back. He had to sell off some properties and liquidate his own portfolio, but the full amount was wired to my account within a week. Amelia signed the papers. She had no other option. The day she moved out was quiet. She packed her stuff without a word, her face just a mask of bitter anger. She didn't cry or yell. I think she was just exhausted. The game of control she and her father had been playing for years had finally trapped them. The last I heard, her parents had to sell their big house and move into a small condo. With my money gone and Richard's reputation shot, their fancy lifestyle was over. His firm is being investigated, and he'll probably lose his license. Amelia is living with them. She had to get a real job as a sales associate in a department store. She's living a life she never wanted, without the financial safety net she always took for granted. A few months ago, I was driving home late from the office in my new car. I pulled up to a red light and glanced over. It was her old SUV. She was in the driver's seat. Our eyes met for a second. She didn't look angry. She just looked empty. The light turned green, but she didn't move. I just drove away, leaving her sitting there in the car she fought so hard to control, a car that now represented everything she had lost. My wife said, "I need Thursday nights for myself, no questions asked." I said, "Take Fridays too." She was thrilled until she learned I'd hired a private investigator. The photos he took on Thursday became Exhibit A. Original post: I, 48 male, been married to Denise, 44, for 16 years. 2 kids, nice house in the suburbs, the whole American dream package, or so I thought. About 3 months ago, Denise sat me down with this serious expression, said she'd been feeling suffocated and needed some breathing room. Her solution? Thursday nights would be hers. No questions, no check-ins, no "where are you going" or "when will you be back." I just need one night a week to be myself, Frank. Not a mom, not a wife, just Denise. Look, I get it. Marriage can be routine. Kids are exhausting. We both work full-time. So I said, sure, take your Thursday nights. Hell, I even offered Friday nights too, trying to be the supportive husband. She lit up like Christmas morning. Really? You'd be okay with that? Of course. Everyone needs their space. She kissed me, called me amazing. First red flag I missed. She was way too happy about getting 2 nights away from her family. For the first few weeks, everything seemed fine. She'd leave around 6 p.m. on Thursdays, come back around midnight smelling like wine and perfume. Said she was doing yoga classes, book clubs, catching up with old friends. Cool. I handled dinner, homework, bedtime with the kids, no biggie. But then little things started adding up. New lingerie appearing in the laundry that I'd never seen her wear. Charges on our credit card for restaurants I'd never heard of, fancy places, always for 2 people. When I asked, she'd say she was treating her friend Monica or her sister. The no questions asked rule started feeling less like healthy boundaries and more like a wall. The kicker was when my buddy Derek saw her at a wine bar downtown on a Thursday. She was with some guy in a suit. Derek said they looked cozy. When I casually mentioned I might join her for drinks one Thursday, she flipped. That defeats the whole purpose, Frank. I asked for one thing, 1 night of freedom, and you can't even give me that? So I backed off, apologized, but I also made a call. Update 1, the PI's name was Roger, ex-cop, ran a small investigation firm, charged $150 an hour plus expenses, worth every penny. First Thursday, he followed her. Denise went to a Marriott downtown, stayed 3 hours, came out with her hair different than when she went in. Roger got photos of her entering with a tall guy, early 40s, salt and pepper beard. They were holding hands. Second Thursday, same hotel, same guy. This time Roger got a clear shot of them kissing in the parking garage. Full makeout session against his BMW. Classy. By the third Thursday, Roger had identified him. Nathan Kowalski, 43, investment banker, divorced, lives in a penthouse downtown. Also discovered something interesting. Nathan's ex-wife divorced him 2 years ago for, wait for it, having an affair with a married coworker. Roger compiled everything into a neat folder. Photos, timestamps, hotel records showing a room charged to Nathan's credit card every Thursday for the past 2 months. Even got some footage of them having dinner at a restaurant, feeding each other dessert like teenagers. I sat on this information for another week. Wanted to make sure I had everything lined up. Consulted a divorce attorney. My state isn't no fault. An adultery can affect asset division and custody. Made copies of all our financial records. Opened my own bank account. All while maintaining the perfect supportive husband act at home. Denise, meanwhile, was living her best life. Thursday and Friday nights of freedom. She'd gotten cocky, barely bothering with excuses anymore. Started criticizing me more. I'd gained weight, I was boring, I never wanted to try new things. Classic cheater projection. Last Thursday was showtime. Update 2 Thursday evening. Denise was getting ready, humming to herself. Put on the new lingerie I'd seen in the laundry. Black lace. The irony wasn't lost on me. Have fun at book club, I said, kissing her cheek. Thanks, babe. Don't wait up. As soon as her car left the driveway, I called my brother Tom to watch the kids. Told him I had an emergency. Then I drove to the Marriott. Roger had texted me the room number 5112. I waited in the lobby for about an hour just to make sure they were settled in. Then I went up. But I didn't go alone. I'd arranged for Tom's wife Jessica to come with me. She's a paralegal. I wanted a witness. Knocked on the door, heard scrambling inside. Room service already came, Nathan's voice. Actually, it's Frank, Denise's husband. We need to talk. Dead silence. Then whispers. Then Denise's voice, high and panicked. Frank? What are you doing here? Open the door, Denise. Or I can ask the front desk to open it, since I have photos of you two entering. The door opened a crack. Denise stood there in a hotel robe, makeup smeared, looking like a deer in headlights. How did you? Thursday nights, no questions asked, right? I held up the folder. Well, I didn't ask. I hired someone to find out instead. Nathan appeared behind her, shirtless, trying to look tough. Hey man, this is between you and your wife. Actually, Nathan, it's not. See, I know about your history. Your ex-wife, Melissa? She's been very helpful. Seems you have a pattern. She's willing to testify about your tendency to pursue married women. His face went white. Denise spun around to look at him. Your ex-wife? Oh, he didn't mention the divorce? Or why she took him for half his assets? Adultery's expensive, Nathan. Jessica stepped into view, phone recording. Hi, Denise. Just want to make sure we document this properly for the divorce proceedings. Denise started crying. Not sad tears, angry tears. You had me followed? You violated my privacy. I asked for space and I gave you space, 2 nights a week of space. You used it to violate our marriage. Big difference. She tried slamming the door. I stopped it with my foot. Your things will be in boxes in the garage. You can pick them up Saturday. Don't try coming to the house before then. I've changed the locks. You can't do that. It's my house too. Actually, it's in my name. Inherited from my dad, remember? You're not on the deed. I've been advised you have no legal right to enter without my permission. Nathan finally spoke up. Look, let's all calm down. Nathan, my lawyer will be contacting you. You might want to prepare for an alienation of affection suit. This state still recognizes those. Left them there, Denise screaming about her rights, Nathan probably calculating how much this was going to cost him. Update 3, Friday morning, Denise blew up my phone. 73 missed calls, 200 plus texts ranging from please let me explain to you're a controlling psychopath to I'll take you for everything. Her sister Helen called me. Frank, what did you do? Denise is hysterical. I gave her the space she wanted. She used it to sleep with Nathan Kowalski. I have photos. She said you're being abusive, locking her out. Helen, she cheated. For months, in hotels, I have receipts. Long pause. Oh, Helen actually apologized and hung up. Rare moment of sense from Denise's family. But then Denise went nuclear. Posted on social media that I was an abusive controller who hired people to stalk her, and that she was escaping a toxic marriage. Didn't mention the affair, naturally. My response? Posted one photo. Just one. Her and Nathan kissing in the parking garage. Captioned, Thursday nights, no questions asked. Her post disappeared within an hour. Her friends started calling me, apologizing, saying they had no idea. Saturday came. Denise showed up with Helen and their mom, Barbara. Barbara immediately started in on me. How dare you humiliate my daughter like this? Barbara, your daughter humiliated herself. I just documented it. She needed space. You drove her to this. I gave her 2 nights a week of freedom. She chose to spend them with Nathan. Denise tried pushing past me into the house. I need to talk to the kids. Absolutely not. They're at Tom's house right now. You can arrange supervised visitation through your lawyer. Supervised? They're my children, who you abandoned 2 nights a week to sleep with your boyfriend. Judge might find that interesting. Barbara threatened to call the cops. I showed her the paperwork from my lawyer. Denise had no legal right to enter the property. The cops, if called, would side with me. They loaded up Denise's stuff while cursing me out. Denise tried taking some of my dad's tools from the garage, claiming they were marital property. Jessica, still recording, caught that on video. Those were my father's, I said calmly. Put them back? Make me? Denise, you're on camera attempting to steal property that predates our marriage. Put them back. She threw them on the ground. Mature. As they were leaving, Nathan pulled up in his BMW. The fool actually came to help her move. Barbara lost it. This is who you're leaving your family for? Even Barbara could see what a downgrade this was. Update 4, Monday morning, I got served with divorce papers. Denise was demanding half of everything, the house, primary custody, plus alimony. Her lawyer had clearly filled her head with dreams. My lawyer laughed when he saw it. She's living in Fantasyland. Adultery, abandonment of family duties, documented evidence. She'll be lucky to get standard visitation and no alimony. But Denise wasn't done with the theatrics. She started showing up at the kids' school, trying to pick them up without permission. The school had to call me twice. I had to file for an emergency custody order. Then came the real desperation play. Denise claimed I'd been hiding money, said I had secret accounts and was committing financial abuse. Her evidence? The new bank account I'd opened 2 weeks ago with $2,000 in it for lawyer fees. My lawyer subpoenaed her financial records in response. Turns out she'd been siphoning money from our joint account for months. Small amounts, $100 here, $200 there, transferred to an account I didn't know about. She'd saved almost $8,000. For what? Starting her new life, according to a text to Nathan. Nathan, meanwhile, was trying to distance himself. His lawyer contacted mine, offering a settlement for the alienation of affection suit if I'd drop it. $15,000. I countered with $25,000. We settled at $20,000. When Denise found out Nathan paid me instead of fighting for their love, she went ballistic. Showed up at his office, caused a scene, security had to escort her out. He blocked her number that same day. Her Thursday night Romeo ghosted her the second things got expensive. Update 5. The divorce proceedings were something. Denise showed up to court in a white dress. Who wears white to their divorce hearing? The judge noticed. Not a good start for her. Her lawyer tried, arguing that the Thursday night arrangement was an agreed-upon open marriage situation and that I'd entrapped her by hiring a PI. My lawyer presented the original conversation where she asked for me time, not affair time. Text messages where she called Nathan baby and said, Frank has no idea. Hotel receipts. The PI's complete report. Nathan's settlement check. Proof he acknowledged wrongdoing. Evidence of her financial deception. Records showing she'd spent those Thursday and Friday nights away from the kids for 3 months. The judge wasn't impressed with Denise's open marriage defense. Ma'am, did you ever explicitly discuss having relations with other people with your husband? Well, no, but he said no questions asked. That's not consent to adultery, ma'am. Asset division. House stayed with me, inherited property. She got her car, her 401k, and half the joint savings, minus the $8,000 she'd already taken. No alimony. Custody. I got primary. She got every other weekend and Wednesday dinners. Judge cited the abandonment of parental duties for personal pursuits. Denise cried. Barbara called me heartless. Helen, who'd apparently switched sides after seeing the evidence, told them both to shut up. Update 6. Been about 6 months since the Thursday night discovery. Here's where everyone ended up. Nathan moved to another state. His firm encouraged him to transfer after the office scene with Denise. Last I heard, he's engaged to someone age-appropriate and presumably single. Denise is living in a 2-bedroom apartment, working full-time now instead of the part-time job she had during our marriage. She's dating some guy she met on an app. He's 35, lives with roommates, and drives for Uber. Quite the downgrade from Nathan's BMW and penthouse. She still texts me occasionally, usually after wine. Alternates between begging for another chance and calling me the worst person alive. I don't respond. The kids, 14M and 11F, figured out what happened despite our efforts to shield them. They're in therapy, doing okay. My daughter asked me last week, Dad, why did Mom choose Thursday nights over us? I didn't have a good answer. Barbara still maintains I drove Denise to cheat by being boring. She's banned from my house after she tried to tell the kids that Daddy was mean to Mommy. Helen actually apologized properly, said she always suspected something was off about the Thursday night thing but didn't want to get involved. She still sees the kids regularly, respects the boundaries. As for me, I'm doing all right. Not great, not terrible. Dating isn't on my radar yet. Trust issues are real. But the house is peaceful. Kids are adjusting. I joined a bowling league that meets on, you guessed it, Thursday nights. Found out from a mutual friend that Denise tells people I financially abused her by selling her house. The house I inherited before we met. The delusion is strong. She also apparently expected Nathan to wait for her, to fight for their connection. Instead, he immediately moved on to someone who wouldn't cost him 20 grand and a job relocation. Final update, plot twist I didn't see coming. Last week, Denise's new boyfriend reached out to me. Wanted to meet for coffee. Against my better judgment, I went. Turns out Denise had been spinning quite the story. According to her version, I was abusive, controlling, and had fabricated the whole affair thing. She was the victim who'd barely escaped with her life. This poor guy, Marcus, not the brightest bulb, actually believed her until he noticed some inconsistencies, like how she'd panic when he suggested Thursday night dates, or how she'd cry when she saw BMWs, or the fact that she'd accidentally left logged into her email on his laptop where he saw the lawyer correspondence mentioning adultery. He wanted to know the real story. I showed him the photos, kept copies, obviously. His face was priceless. She said, "You photoshopped these?" Dude, I can barely use Instagram filters. He broke up with her that night. She called me screaming, saying I'd sabotaged her chance at happiness. Denise, I didn't contact him. He contacted me. You probably planned this. How would I plan your boyfriend finding your emails? I don't know, but this is your fault somehow. The mental gymnastics were Olympic level. Here's the thing about Thursday nights. They were never about space or freedom or finding herself. They were about having her cake and eating it too. She wanted the security of marriage, the house, the family, and the excitement of an affair. When forced to choose, she chose poorly and lost everything. The kids are doing better. My son joined the robotics club, my daughter's killing it in soccer. They see their mom every other weekend, though she often cancels for emergencies, usually related to her revolving door of boyfriends. Someone asked if I regret hiring the PI, if I should have just confronted her directly when Derek saw her at that wine bar. Nah, the evidence protected me in court. Without it, she'd have taken me for half of everything based on her lies. The Thursday night rule, it's become a running joke among my friends. Hey Frank, need a Thursday night to yourself? Sure, just let me call Roger first. Denise still hasn't figured out that choices have consequences. She wanted Thursday nights with no questions asked. She got exactly that, plus Friday nights, Saturday nights, and every other night in her apartment, alone. Me, I'm teaching my kids that when someone shows you who they are, believe them. When they ask for space, pay attention to what they do with it. And when they blame you for the consequences of their own actions, remember that's their character flaw, not your failure. Thursday nights are poker night with the guys now. No questions asked, no problem. No wife either, but honestly, that's starting to feel like freedom too. My girlfriend posted, "Single until someone proves they're worth it," on Valentine's Day. I commented, "Agreed." Then I took her hint and stayed single. Her frantic calls started when she saw me with someone new. Original post I-32 male, should have seen it coming. Looking back, the signs were all there. I just chose to ignore them because, well, love makes you stupid sometimes. Been with Melanie, 29, for 2.5 years, living together for 1. On Valentine's Day this year, while I was at work arranging for flowers to be delivered to her office, yeah, I'm that guy, she posted on Instagram, "Single until someone proves they're worth it. Know your value, queens." I saw it during my lunch break. My coworker, Eddie, saw my face drop. "You good, man?" I showed him the post. He winced. "Bro, on Valentine's Day, while you're dating?" I sat there for a minute just staring at it. Then I commented, "Agreed." Within seconds, my phone was blowing up. Melanie calling. I let it ring. Texted her instead. "Me. Saw your post. Message received loud and clear. I'll pack my stuff tonight." OMG, are you serious right now? It's just a quote. A quote about being single on Valentine's Day while in a relationship. I'm not stupid, Mel. You're being dramatic. It's for my followers. Cool, your followers can help pay your rent then. See, we split the rent on her apartment. Well, technically I paid 70% because I made more. But whatever. The lease was in her name only. Her choice, she wanted independence. Went home that afternoon, told my boss I needed a personal day. Melanie was at work. I packed methodically. My clothes, my gaming setup, my kitchen stuff. I did all the cooking anyway, my furniture that I'd brought in. The apartment looked pretty empty when I was done. Left the flowers I'd ordered on the counter with a note, "For someone who's worth it. Good luck finding them." Moved back to my buddy Trevor's place. He had a spare room after his roommate moved out. Rent was actually cheaper too. Melanie came home to a half-empty apartment and 82 missed calls later finally got through to me. "You can't just leave because of a social media post. You literally announced you're single. I'm just respecting your wishes." "It wasn't about you." "Then who was it about, Mel?" Silence. "Then, you're supposed to fight for me? Fight for someone who publicly says they're single? Nah, I'm good." I hung up. Update 1. 2 weeks later. The entitlement started almost immediately. First, she tried the guilt angle. Posted a bunch of sad quotes about when someone doesn't understand your social media is just for fun, and toxic masculinity making men insecure about everything. Her friends ate it up, started messaging me about how I broke her heart over nothing. Her best friend Destiny called me. "She's crying every night." It was just a caption that said she's single. You know what she meant? Actually, I don't. Explain it to me. What does single until someone proves they're worth it mean when you're in a relationship? It's about female empowerment. Empowering her to be single? Great, she got what she wanted. Meanwhile, Melanie kept texting. The messages ranged from angry to pleading. "You're so immature. Please come back. I'll delete the post. You're overreacting. I love you. You're a controlling psycho. I miss you. I hope you're happy ruining us. I didn't respond to any of them. Then came the financial reality. Remember that 70% of rent I was covering? Yeah, that hit her March 1st. She called me panicking. I can't afford the apartment alone. That sounds like a single person problem. Are you seriously gonna let me be homeless? You're not homeless, you have an apartment. You just can't afford it. Because you left. Because you said you were single. Single people don't have partners paying their rent. I wasn't serious. Then maybe don't post it on social media for your 3,000 followers to see. She hung up on me. But here's where it gets interesting. My boy Trevor works at the same gym as Melanie's coworker, Jasmine. Jasmine let slip that Melanie had been DMing with her ex, Derek, for weeks before Valentine's Day. The single post? It was for him. She was trying to let him know she was available without actually breaking up with me first. She wanted to secure the backup before letting go of the current. I laughed when Trevor told me. The manipulation was actually impressive in its audacity. Update 2. 1 month later. So Melanie had to get a second job, bartending at nights. She made sure everyone knew how exhausted she was, posting constantly about hustling and independent woman grinding. The subtext was clear. This is your fault. Look what you've done to me. Her mom, Lorraine, called me. Now, I'd always gotten along with Lorraine, so I actually answered. Honey, what happened? Melanie says you abandoned her over a misunderstanding. Lorraine, she posted that she was single on Valentine's Day. She says it was just a quote from a movie or something. What movie? I don't know. Because it wasn't from a movie. She was announcing she was single while I was buying her flowers. Ask her about Derek. Silence. Then, who's Derek? Her ex, the one she's been texting, the one the post was really for. She said you were controlling and jealous. I found out about Derek after I left, from other people. I left because she said she was single and I believed her. Lorraine sighed. That girl, I'm sorry, honey. I raised her better than this. Meanwhile, I was doing fine. Better than fine, actually. Without paying 70% of Melanie's expensive downtown apartment, I had money again. Got myself a new watch, upgraded my gaming setup, started going to the gym regularly. And that's where I met Amanda. Amanda was new to town, worked in marketing, and had this laugh that made everyone around her smile. We started as gym buddies, then coffee after workouts, then actual dates. It was easy, natural, no games. I didn't post about it. Didn't make a big announcement, just lived my life. But you know how small the world is. Melanie's friend spotted us at a restaurant about 6 weeks after the breakup. Within an hour, Melanie was blowing up my phone. Who is she? You moved on already? We were together for 2.5 years and you replaced me in a month? You were probably cheating with her. This is why you left, isn't it? I sent one text back. I've been single since Valentine's Day. Remember? Free to date whoever I want. Then I blocked her. Update 3. 2 months later, the calls started coming from different numbers. Her friends, her cousins, random numbers I didn't recognize, all with the same message. You're a monster, you used her, you abandoned her, you're a narcissist. Then Melanie showed up at Trevor's place at 11 p.m. on a Thursday. Drunk. I know you're in there. We need to talk. Trevor answered the door. He's not home. Liar. His car is right there. I came to the door. Mel, you need to leave. She looked rough. The 2 jobs were taking a toll. Please just talk to me. We have nothing to talk about. I made a mistake. Several from what I heard about Derek. Her face went white. That's not... Who told you? Does it matter? You posted you were single to get his attention. It worked. You're single. Congrats. He doesn't want me. He has a girlfriend. I actually laughed. So you nuked our relationship for a guy who wasn't even interested. I didn't mean to. I thought you'd fight for me, prove you were worth it. By rewarding you for disrespecting me publicly, that's not how it works. But you're with someone else already. I'm single, remember? Free to date. Stop saying that. I wasn't really single. Then what were you? She started crying. The drunk, ugly crying. I don't know. I was stupid, okay? I wanted to feel wanted, desired, like I had options. And how'd that work out? Trevor stepped in. All right, she needs to go. Mel, I'm calling you an Uber. She tried to push past him. I'm not leaving until he takes me back. Then you're gonna be here forever, I said, and went back inside. Trevor handled getting her in the Uber. She threw up in it, apparently. Got charged a $150 cleaning fee. Update 4, 3 months later. The escalation was predictable but still somehow surprising in its intensity. First, she started showing up places she knew I'd be. The gym, she'd never had a membership there before. My favorite coffee shop, the bar where Trevor worked. Always with a guy. Different guys. Clearly from dating apps, looking uncomfortable as she hung all over them while staring at me. Amanda noticed at the gym. "Is that your ex, the one staring daggers at me?" "Yeah, just ignore her. She seems intense." That's one word for it. Then came the social media campaign. Melanie started posting these healing journey videos, all about surviving narcissistic abuse and rebuilding after abandonment, and when someone punishes you for being authentic. The comments were all supportive, of course. "You're so brave. He didn't deserve you. His lost queen." But then she made a mistake. She posted a video about financial abuse, claiming I had controlled her with money and then left her destitute. I'd kept every Venmo transaction, every bank transfer, every payment I'd made for her. Posted a simple response. "Financial abuse is interesting considering I paid 70% of your rent, 100% of utilities, and most of our groceries for a year. All documented here. You wanted to be single and independent? You got it. Stop lying." Attach the receipts. All of them. Her video disappeared within an hour, but screenshots were already circulating. Her narrative crumbled. Then Derek reached out to me. Yeah, the ex she'd been trying to get back with. "Bro, I need you to know, I had no idea she was with you. She told me you guys had broken up months ago. When my girl found out Melanie was trying to get with me, she lost it, just wanted to clear the air." "All good, man. Not your fault she's a manipulator." "She's crazy, dude. She showed up at my job. Security had to escort her out." The desperation was real, but the absolute peak came when she contacted Amanda. Found her on LinkedIn, of all places. Sent her a message. "Hi, you don't know me, but I'm Tom's ex. I just wanted to warn you that he's not who he seems. He abandoned me over a small misunderstanding and left me in financial ruin. He's controlling and vindictive. You seem nice, and I don't want you to get hurt like I did." Amanda showed me immediately. We laughed about it over dinner. "Should I respond?" she asked. "Nah, don't give her the attention she wants. She seems unhinged. Yeah, she's not handling being single well." Update 5. 4 months later. The legal threat started next. Got a letter from some lawyer saying I owed Melanie $400 for my portion of the rent for the remainder of the lease term, 6 months, plus emotional damages. I took it to my cousin who's a lawyer. He laughed. "She wants you to pay rent for an apartment you don't live in, that you're not on the lease for, after she announced she was single? Yep. This is harassment at best. Want me to respond, please?" His response was beautiful. Pointed out that, 1. I had no legal obligation to pay rent on a lease I wasn't on. 2. She had publicly announced being single, effectively ending the relationship. 3. The continued harassment could result in a restraining order. 4. Any further contact from her or her lawyer would result in counteraction for harassment. Never heard from that lawyer again. But Melanie wasn't done. She started telling people I'd stolen from her when I moved out, that I'd taken things that were hers. So I posted my own receipt, a photo of everything I'd left behind, including the Valentine's flowers with timestamps, plus receipts for everything I'd taken, all purchased by me before we moved in together. Her friend Destiny commented, "This is petty." I responded, "Petty is lying about theft. This is facts." The mutual friends started reaching out privately. They were seeing the pattern now. The lies, the manipulation, the escalating craziness. One by one, they distanced themselves from the drama. Update 6. 5 months later, Melanie got evicted, not for non-payment, surprisingly. She'd managed to keep up with the rent working 2 jobs. No, she got evicted for disturbing other tenants after multiple complaints about late-night screaming matches with various guys she'd bring home from the apps. The final straw was when she threw one dude's clothes off the balcony at 3 a.m. while screaming about him not being worth it either. The irony was delicious. She called me crying. Actually got through using her mom's phone. "I have nowhere to go. Call Derek. This isn't funny. I'm gonna be homeless. You'll figure it out. You're a strong, independent woman, remember? How can you be so cruel?" Cruel, I'm just respecting your wishes. You wanted to be single. Single people handle their own problems. I made a mistake. Several, and they're not my problem anymore. Her mom took the phone. Tom, honey, she's really struggling. Lorraine, I respect you, but your daughter made her choices. She publicly humiliated me, tried to cheat, lied about me online, harassed my girlfriend, tried to extort money from me, and got herself evicted. I can't help her. She's not well. Then she needs therapy, not an ex-boyfriend to bail her out. Lorraine sighed. You're right, I'm sorry she put you through this. Melanie ended up moving back with her parents, in her childhood room, at 29. Update 7, 6 months later. The final meltdown came when Amanda and I made it Instagram official. Just a simple photo of us at a concert, nothing fancy. But it was enough. Melanie created fake accounts to comment. It was obvious it was her. The writing style, the specific details only she would know. Amanda and I just kept blocking and reporting them. Then she did something that actually crossed a line. She called my job, told HR I was harassing her, that I was stalking her online, that she feared for her safety. HR had to investigate, of course. I provided everything. Her posts, her messages, her showing up at Trevor's, the lawyer letter, the fake accounts, everything. They concluded pretty quickly that if anyone was harassing anyone, it wasn't me. They also suggested I file a police report, which I did. The officer was sympathetic. Ex-girlfriend drama? Yeah. She announced she was single, I believed her, and she's been spiraling ever since. We see this a lot. Social media makes people think they can say anything without consequences. The police visit to her parents' house finally did it. Lorraine called me afterwards. The officers came, Melanie had a breakdown. We're getting her help, real help. I'm sorry it came to this. I hope she gets better, Lorraine. I really do. And I meant it. Despite everything, I didn't hate Melanie. I just refused to be her safety net while she figured out that actions have consequences. Final update, 1 year later. It's been a year since the Valentine's Day post that ended everything. Amanda and I are doing great, actually moving in together next month. Equal names on the lease, equal rent, equal partnership, the way it should be. Melanie is, well, from what I hear through the ever-shrinking grapevine, she's working on herself. Still at her parents', but in therapy, holding down one steady job instead of juggling multiple ones. Deleted her social media apparently. Good for her. She sent me one last email about a month ago. Not asking for anything, just apologizing. A real apology, taking actual responsibility. Said therapy helped her realize she'd been seeking external validation instead of working on her own self-worth. That the single until someone proves they're worth it post was really about her not feeling worthy herself and projecting that insecurity. That she destroyed something good because she was scared of being vulnerable. I didn't respond. There was nothing to say. But I hope she really has learned and grown. Her mom Lorraine sends me Christmas cards still. This year's included a note. Thank you for not taking her back. She needed to face the consequences to grow. She's becoming the woman I raised her to be, finally. Trevor jokes about it sometimes. Remember when she showed up drunk talking about proving you're worth it? Man, that whole thing was wild. You handled it perfectly though. Just agreed with her and dipped. Legend. Amanda knows the whole story. We actually laugh about it sometimes. She'll post something ridiculous and then say, "Oh no, am I pulling a Melanie?" Looking back, that Valentine's Day post did me a favor. It showed me who Melanie really was. Someone who would disrespect our relationship for internet validation and an ex's attention. Someone who thought I should fight for her while she publicly claimed to be single. Someone who believed there shouldn't be consequences for her actions. The entitlement was real. She genuinely thought she could. Post that she was single while in a relationship, have me continue paying most of her bills, keep me as a backup while pursuing her ex, play victim when faced with consequences, harass me and my new girlfriend without repercussions, threaten legal action for money she wasn't owed, call my job with false accusations, do all this and still have me take her back. But that's not how life works. You can't announce you're single and expect your partner to stick around. You can't disrespect someone publicly and expect them to fight for you privately. You can't have your cake and eat it too. I see dudes online asking, should I take her back, when faced with similar disrespect. My answer is always the same. When someone tells you who they are, believe them. When Melanie said she was single, I believed her. Best decision I ever made. Now I'm with someone who posts about US, who includes me in her life publicly and privately, who would never dream of playing games with our relationship for social media clout. And Melanie? She's still single, last I heard. Guess she's still waiting for someone to prove they're worth it. Good luck with that.
I'm Clara Morgan, 35, and I've spent years being the family's invisible ATM. My parents never gave me a single gift, not for my birthday, not for my wedding, but for my younger sister's 30th. They planned a lavish party at a swanky Savannah seaside restaurant complete with champagne towers and a live band costing thousands. They expected me to foot the bill like always. I sat there watching them fawn over her, their smiles wide as they toasted her special day. My stomach churned. I'd had enough. When the check came, I pushed it across the table. "I'm not paying," I said, my voice steady but sharp. The room went silent. My mom's jaw dropped. My dad's eyes narrowed and my sister's face turned red. "You're joking," she snapped. But I wasn't. For the first time, I refused to bankroll their favoritism. They'd bought her $1 million house while I got nothing but excuses. That night, I drew a line: no more playing their game. What I didn't know was that my refusal would unravel a secret they'd buried for years. A secret about a trust fund, a house, and a betrayal that would change everything. Stick with me to find out how I turned their lies into a lesson they'd never forget. If you've ever felt taken for granted by family, hit that subscribe button and share your story in the comments. Let's talk about standing up for what's right together. A few days after the birthday party, I was going through Dad's financial papers. As a CPA, I'd been helping him with his taxes and investments for years, a routine I took on to keep things smooth at home. His office, tucked in the corner of our Savannah house, was a mess of folders and receipts. I was sorting through bank statements when a single document caught my eye, a thick, legal-looking packet with Family Trust Fund stamped across the top. My heart skipped a beat. I'd never heard of this before. I flipped through the pages, my hands trembling. The trust fund was tied to $1 million house, the one my sister Dawn lived in with her husband. But what stopped me cold was my name, Clara Morgan, listed as a co-trustee, alongside Mom and Dad. A co-trustee me. They'd never mentioned this, not once. I was supposed to have a say in how the trust was managed, but they'd kept me in the dark. The house, the one they'd handed to Dawn without a second thought, was part of a fund I was legally tied to. My chest tightened as the truth sank in. They'd deliberately hidden this from me. I reread the document line by line. It outlined the trust's purpose: to provide for family assets with clear instructions for co-trustees to approve major decisions like property transfers. Dawn's house was the only asset listed. I thought back to all the times Mom and Dad had brushed off my questions about their finances, saying, "Don't worry, it's handled." Handled for Dawn, apparently. I'd worked hard, built my own career, while they poured everything into her: a house, a lifestyle, all without a word to me. My mind raced. Why would they make me a co-trustee but never tell me? The answer was painfully clear. They wanted Dawn to have it all. No questions asked. I pictured Mom's forced smile at family dinners, Dad's vague excuses when I offered to review their accounts. They'd planned this banking on my trust to keep me oblivious. I felt a surge of anger, not just at them, but at myself for not seeing it sooner. As a CPA, I should have questioned their secrecy, but I'd let family loyalty cloud my judgment. I set the document down, my hands steady now. This wasn't just about a house, it was about fairness, about being sidelined in my own family. I thought of Dawn living in that sprawling colonial-style home by the Savannah coast, never once thanking me or wondering how it was funded. I'd always been the reliable one, the one who fixed their messes. But I was done playing that role. If I was a co-trustee, I had rights, and I wasn't going to let them sweep this under the rug. I grabbed my laptop and started digging into trust funds, learning what it meant to be a co-trustee in Georgia. The law was clear. I had the power to demand transparency, to question disbursements, even to challenge the trust's management. The more I read, the more I realized how much control I'd been denied. Mom and Dad had to know I'd find out eventually. Why else keep it so quiet? I wondered if they'd forged my signature on trust documents or just assumed I'd never look. Either way, their secrecy was a betrayal, one I couldn't ignore. I called a colleague from my accounting firm, someone I trusted, to get a second opinion. Without sharing too much, I asked about trust funds and co-trustee rights. She confirmed what I'd read. I had legal standing to request full records and could even freeze the trust's assets if mismanagement was suspected. Her words lit a spark in me. This wasn't just about hurt feelings, it was about accountability. I needed to know how deep this went, what else they'd hidden to prioritize Dawn. That document made me reflect on all the times my parents overlooked me. The trust fund discovery hit hard, but it wasn't the first time I'd felt sidelined. Growing up, Mom and Dad had a way of putting Dawn on a pedestal while I was left scraping for their approval. I'd worked tirelessly to build my career as a CPA, earning a promotion to senior accountant at a top Savannah firm. When I shared the news at a family dinner, Mom barely looked up from her plate. "That's nice," she said, then turned to Dawn, gushing about her new job as a part-time receptionist. "She's doing so well." Mom beamed as if my years of grinding meant nothing. I remembered the time I started my own accounting firm, a risky move that paid off. I was so proud, expecting at least a nod from Dad. Instead, he spent the evening talking about the car he'd bought Dawn, a shiny convertible she didn't even need. "She deserves it," he said, while I sat there, my achievement invisible. They'd never offered me a dime, not for college, not for my business, even though I'd always been the one to pull myself up. Meanwhile, they covered Dawn's rent for years, even when she bounced between jobs claiming she was figuring things out. The unfairness stung, but it wasn't just about money. It was the way they dismissed me, as if my hard work was expected, while Dawn's smallest steps were a triumph. I recalled a Christmas when I'd saved up to host a family gathering at my place. I spent days planning cooking, decorating, only for Mom to complain that Dawn couldn't make it because she was too stressed. They left early to check on her, leaving me with a table full of uneaten food and a sinking feeling. I couldn't shake those memories as I sat in my office, the trust fund papers still burning in my mind. How many times had I let their favoritism slide, telling myself it didn't matter, I'd always been the responsible one, the one who didn't make waves. But now, knowing I was a co-trustee they'd hidden from me, I saw it clearly. They'd taken my loyalty for granted, using it to prop up Dawn while keeping me in the dark. I needed to talk to someone, so I called my friend Vanessa, a lawyer who always had a way of cutting through the noise. We met at a small cafe by the Savannah waterfront, the kind of place where the hum of conversation felt safe. I told her about the trust fund, how Mom and Dad had named me a co-trustee but never mentioned it. "That's not just unfair," Vanessa said, leaning forward, her coffee untouched. "It's deliberate. You're a CPA, you know how trusts work. They didn't want you asking questions." Her words hit like a spark. She urged me to dig deeper, to demand the full trust records. "You deserve answers, Clara," she said, her voice firm. "Don't let them brush you off again." Vanessa's encouragement was exactly what I needed. For years, I'd swallowed my frustration, thinking family meant putting up with their choices. But this wasn't just about a house or money, it was about respect, about my place in a family that seemed to value me less. I thought of all the times I'd stayed silent when Mom praised Dawn's potential, or Dad handed her cash for emergencies. They'd built a narrative where Dawn was the one who needed help, while I was just expected to keep going no matter what. Sitting in that cafe, I felt a shift. I wasn't going to be their invisible daughter anymore. Vanessa's advice gave me clarity. I had the skills and the right to uncover the truth. As a co-trustee, I could request every document, every transaction tied to that trust. If Mom and Dad thought they could keep favoring Dawn without consequences, they were mistaken. I left the cafe with a fire in my chest, determined to find proof of their favoritism, not just for me, but to show them I wasn't invisible. I started planning my next move. The trust fund wasn't just a piece of paper. It was evidence of how far they'd gone to prioritize Dawn. I'd search for more records, anything that showed what else they'd hidden. This wasn't about revenge. It was about fairness, about holding them accountable for years of sidelining me. By the weekend, I was rummaging through the storage shed behind the house. The shed tucked behind our family's Savannah home was a dusty maze of old furniture and forgotten boxes. I'd decided to search there, driven by a gut feeling that there was more to the trust fund than what I'd found in Dad's office. My resolve had hardened after recalling years of being sidelined, and I was determined to uncover any proof of what my parents had done. I pushed aside a stack of crates, my hands brushing against cobwebs until I spotted a small rusted safe wedged in a corner. It was heavy, the kind you'd expect to hold something important. My heart raced as I pried it open with a crowbar, the hinges creaking after years of neglect. Inside was a collection of yellowed papers, letters, utility bills, and a folded contract labeled Savings Fund. The contract had my name on it, written in Grandma Mildred's neat handwriting. My grandmother, who'd passed years ago, had set up this fund for me, her eldest granddaughter, to help with my future. The amount was substantial enough to have changed my life. But as I dug deeper, my stomach sank. Among the papers was a transfer agreement signed by Mom and Dad, redirecting Grandma's savings fund to purchase the $1 million house where Dawn now lived. The contract was clear. The funds meant for me had been used to secure her home, with no mention of my consent. I sat back on the shed floor, clutching the papers, feeling a mix of betrayal and disbelief. Grandma Mildred had wanted to give me a head start, but my parents had taken that away to give Dawn everything. I read through the letters next. One written by my grandmother was addressed to me. "Clara," she wrote, "this fund is for your dreams, not theirs." Her words hit like a punch. She'd known Mom and Dad might favor Dawn. She'd seen it even back then. Another document showed the timeline. The savings fund was drained shortly after Grandma's death, funneled into the trust that bought Dawn's house. Mom's signature was scrawled at the bottom, Dad's beside it. They hadn't just hidden the trust from me, they'd erased my grandmother's intentions to prioritize their favorite. The hurt cut deep, but it fueled me. These papers weren't just evidence, they were proof of how far Mom and Dad had gone to put Dawn first. I'd always known they favored her, but seeing it laid out in black and white was different. It wasn't just about money, it was about trust, about family choosing one daughter over another. I gathered the documents, my hands shaking not from anger, but from clarity. I'd confront them with this, make them face what they'd done. As I was locking the safe, Vanessa stopped by carrying takeout from a nearby diner. "Still buried in work?" she asked, nodding at the papers in my hand. I smiled, keeping it light. "Just sorting some old stuff," I said, not ready to share the discovery yet. We chatted briefly about my latest client at the firm, her upcoming case at the courthouse, normal friend stuff. Nothing heavy. Vanessa didn't pry, and I didn't need her to. This wasn't about emotional support. I was past that. I just needed someone to remind me of the world outside this mess. After she left, I sat with the documents again, piecing together my next steps. The transfer agreement was legally binding, but it violated Grandma's instructions. As a CPA, I knew I could challenge it. Trusts and estates were my expertise. I'd need to verify the signatures, cross-check the dates with bank records, and build a case. The thought of confronting Mom and Dad was daunting, but I couldn't let this slide. They'd taken something meant for me and given it to Dawn without a second thought. I tucked the papers into a folder, my resolve stronger than ever. This wasn't about getting even. It was about reclaiming what was mine, about honoring Grandma Mildred's wishes. I'd use these documents to demand answers, to make my parents see they couldn't rewrite my future for Dawn's benefit. The shed felt quieter as I stepped out, the weight of the evidence in my hands. I was ready to face them, no matter how hard they fought back. The next week, I sat down to draft a legal letter. The documents from Grandma Mildred's safe were still fresh in my mind, their weight pushing me to act. As a CPA, I knew the power of paper, numbers, and signatures don't lie. I spent hours at my desk in my Savannah apartment crafting a letter to Mom and Dad demanding they repay the savings fund they'd diverted to buy Dawn's house. If they didn't, I'd sue to liquidate the $1 million property tied to the family trust. Every word was deliberate, backed by the evidence I'd found. I wasn't just their daughter anymore. I was a co-trustee, and I had rights. I sent the letter by certified mail, ensuring they couldn't ignore it. 2 days later, my phone lit up with a call from Mom. "How could you do this?" She shouted, her voice sharp with anger. "You're being so selfish, Clara." I gripped the phone, my pulse steady. "Selfish?" I shot back. "You took what Grandma meant for me and gave it to Dawn. I'm just asking for what's fair." She sputtered, accusing me of tearing the family apart, but I held firm. Dad got on the line next, his tone colder. "You're making a mistake," he said. "This won't end well for you." His words stung, but they didn't sway me. I'd seen the proof they couldn't talk their way out of it. That evening, Dawn called, her voice a mix of panic and defiance. "What are you doing, Clara?" she demanded. "You can't just threaten to take my house." I took a deep breath, keeping my tone even. "I'm not threatening, Dawn. I'm asking for the money Grandma left me. You've been living off it without a word to me." She stammered, claiming she didn't know about the savings fund, but her excuses rang hollow. I could hear the fear in her voice. She wasn't used to being challenged. For years, she'd coasted on Mom and Dad's favoritism, never questioning where the money came from. The next morning, I got a surprise call from Dawn's husband. I'd met him a few times at family events, but we'd never been close. "Clara, what's this about a trust fund?" he asked, his voice cautious but curious. I explained the basics. I was a co-trustee of the family trust that funded their house, and Mom and Dad had used my savings fund without my consent. He went quiet for a moment, then said, "I didn't know you were involved. They never mentioned you?" His words confirmed what I'd suspected. Mom and Dad had kept him in the dark too. "Can you send me the details?" he asked. I promised to share what I could, sensing a crack in the family's united front. Patrick, as I'd later call him, was starting to question their story. Mom and Dad's anger didn't surprise me, but it still hurt. They'd always painted me as the dependable one, the one who didn't need help. Now, when I stood up for myself, they called me selfish, as if fairness was a betrayal. Dawn's call only deepened the sting. She didn't even try to understand my side. But Patrick's doubt gave me a spark of hope. If he was questioning things, maybe the truth wasn't as buried as they thought. I spent the next few days preparing for their response. I knew Mom and Dad wouldn't back down easily. They'd built their world around protecting Dawn. But I wasn't backing down either. As a CPA, I'd dealt with tough clients and complex audits. This was no different. I reached out to a lawyer I'd worked with on business contracts, asking for advice on trust disputes. She confirmed my letter was a strong first step, clear, legal, and grounded in evidence. If they didn't comply, I could escalate to court, forcing the trust to sell the house to settle the debt. The weight of it all pressed on me, but I felt a strange calm. For years, I'd let their favoritism slide, thinking it was my job to keep the peace. Now I was done. The letter wasn't just about money, it was about making them see me not as their invisible daughter, but as someone who deserved respect. Patrick's call lingered in my mind. His doubt was a sign the truth could shift things. I didn't know what they'd do next, but I was ready to push forward no matter how hard they fought. A few days later, I got a call from an unfamiliar lawyer. His voice was calm but firm, introducing himself as the attorney who'd handled Grandma Mildred's estate. He'd heard about my legal letter through a colleague and had something urgent to share. "Your grandmother left a will," he said, "one your parents never disclosed." My breath caught. Grandma had passed years ago, and I'd assumed everything was settled. He explained that she'd left me a small seaside shop in Savannah and a separate savings account, both meant to secure my future. But Mom and Dad had concealed it, claiming the assets were tied up in the family trust. I sat frozen at my kitchen table, the phone pressed to my ear. The lawyer read from the will detailing Grandma's intentions. "She knew your parents favored your sister," he said. "She wanted to protect you. Grandma Mildred had seen their favoritism long before I did, writing clauses to ensure I'd have something of my own. The shop, a quaint storefront by the coast, was meant for me to run or sell as I saw fit. The savings account, though smaller than the one I'd found in the safe, was a safety net she'd crafted just for me. My chest ached, not from anger but from the love she'd shown hidden all this time. Mom and Dad had buried this will just like they'd buried my savings fund. I thanked the lawyer, my voice steady despite the shock. He promised to send copies of the will and advised me to consult my own attorney to enforce it. As I hung up, I felt a mix of gratitude and betrayal. Grandma had believed in me, seen my worth when my parents hadn't. But their secrecy cut deeper than ever, another layer of their choice to prioritize Dawn. That evening, Dawn showed up at my apartment unannounced. Her face was flushed, her eyes blazing as she stormed in. "You're destroying our family with that letter," she shouted, pacing my living room. "Mom and Dad did everything for us, and you're punishing them." I stood by the counter, keeping my composure. "Everything for you, Dawn," I said evenly. "They hid Grandma's will from me. They gave you a house with my money. That's not family, that's unfair." She scoffed, insisting Mom and Dad had no choice, that the trust was complicated. But her words faltered, and I saw the doubt flicker in her eyes. She wasn't used to me pushing back. I didn't raise my voice or let her bait me. "You've always gotten what you wanted," I told her. "But I'm done letting them erase me." Dawn tried to argue, claiming I was blowing things out of proportion, but I cut her off. "I have proof, Dawn. Grandma's will, the savings fund, they kept it all from me." She froze, her defiance crumbling for a moment. Then she stormed out, slamming the door, leaving me in silence. Her outburst didn't shake me. If anything, it made me more certain. Grandma Mildred's will wasn't just a gift, it was a lifeline, a reminder that someone in our family had valued me. I pulled out my laptop and started organizing my evidence: the savings fund contract, the transfer agreement, and now the will. I'd need to meet with my lawyer soon to map out the next steps. Mom and Dad's secrecy, Dawn's denial, it all pointed to a bigger confrontation ahead. I wasn't looking to tear them apart, but I wouldn't let them hide the truth anymore. I was ready to face them, armed with the facts and Grandma's trust in me. A week later, I walked into the lawyer's office. The room was stark, with a long table and shelves of legal books lining the walls. I carried a folder with the evidence: the savings fund contract from the safe, Grandma Mildred's will, and the trust documents. Mom, Dad, Dawn, and Patrick sat across from me, their faces tense. Vanessa was there as a witness, her expression neutral, sitting quietly to the side. The lawyer, a middle-aged man with a steady voice, opened the meeting, asking me to present my case. I laid out the papers methodically, starting with the savings fund meant for me, diverted to buy Dawn's house. "This was Grandma's gift to me," I said, pointing to her handwritten letter. "You used it without my knowledge." I moved to the will, detailing the seaside shop and savings account Mom and Dad had hidden. As co-trustee, I was never informed of my role or these assets. My voice was calm but firm. I ended with my demand: they pay the trust's maintenance fees, backdated for years of neglect, or I'd push to liquidate the house to cover the costs. Mom's face reddened. "You're tearing us apart over money." She snapped, her hands clenched. "We did what was best for the family." Dad leaned forward, his voice low but sharp. "You've always been so independent, Clara. Why can't you let this go?" I met his gaze. "Because it's not just money, it's about fairness. You hid Grandma's wishes to favor Dawn." Their objections felt rehearsed, a wall to deflect the truth. Dawn sat rigid, her eyes darting between me and the documents. Patrick, though, surprised me. "Clara's right," he said, breaking the silence. "If she was entitled to those funds, you should have told her." His voice was steady, and I saw Dawn flinch beside him. "I work in banking," he continued. "Trusts don't work like this. Hiding a co-trustee's role is wrong." His support caught Mom and Dad off guard, their expressions shifting from anger to unease. Mom tried to pivot. "Dawn needed the house more," she insisted. "You were always fine on your own." I shook my head. "That's not your call to make. Grandma chose me for those assets." Dad scoffed, accusing me of exaggerating, but the lawyer intervened. "These documents are clear," he said, tapping the will. "Clara has grounds to enforce her rights." The room fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Vanessa remained quiet, her role limited to observing her presence, a reminder of the legal stakes. I took a deep breath and made my final move. "I'm done being your silent co-trustee," I said. "I'm stepping down from the role, but not from this fight. Pay the fees or the trust will sell the house to settle the debt." Dawn gasped, her hands covering her mouth. Mom's eyes widened and Dad's jaw tightened. They hadn't expected me to walk away from the trust entirely. Patrick nodded slightly, his acknowledgement a small victory. But Mom and Dad's defiance didn't waver. "You'll regret this," Dad warned, his voice cold. I didn't flinch. "I regret trusting you, to be fair," I replied. The lawyer closed the meeting, advising them to consider my demand seriously. As we stood to leave, Dawn avoided my gaze, and Mom muttered something about family loyalty. I felt the sting of their words, but no doubt in my choice. Walking out, I felt lighter, unburdened by the role they'd forced on me without consent. The evidence was public now, the truth laid bare. Patrick's support was a crack in their united front, and I knew it would shift things. I wasn't sure what they'd do next, but I'd made my stand. The fight for fairness wasn't over, but I'd taken control, and that was enough for now. After the meeting, I drove to Grandma Mildred's shop. The small seaside storefront stood quietly along Savannah's coast, its weathered sign a reminder of her care for me. I decided to sell it not out of spite, but to build something new. The sale closed quickly, fetching enough to start a personal fund for my future, a fresh start, free from my family's shadow. I invested the money wisely, using my CPA skills to secure my independence in Savannah, where I could live on my own terms. Mom, Dad, and Dawn couldn't pay the trust's maintenance fees. The lawyer had warned them, but they ignored it, clinging to their excuses. The trust moved to liquidate the $1 million house, and the sale barely covered the overdue fees and a hefty tax debt. Mom and Dad's finances crumbled under the strain, their savings drained by their refusal to face the truth. Dawn lost the house she'd taken for granted, forced to rent a small apartment and find a stable job for the first time. The consequences of their favoritism hit hard, a bitter gift I didn't need to deliver. They'd brought it on themselves. I chose to cut off all contact. No more calls, no more visits. I blocked Mom's number after her last angry voicemail accusing me of betrayal. Dad sent a curt text claiming I'd ruined them, but I didn't respond. Dawn never reached out, and I didn't expect her to. Walking away wasn't easy. Family ties linger even when they hurt. But it was necessary. Their choices had built a wall I no longer wanted to climb. The surprise gift wasn't revenge. It was letting them face the fallout of their unfairness. By prioritizing Dawn, they'd gambled their stability and lost. I felt no joy in their downfall, only relief that I'd reclaimed my worth. Grandma Mildred's legacy, her shop, her will, gave me the strength to break free, to stop begging for their acknowledgement. This journey taught me a hard lesson: don't let family unfairness define your worth. Set boundaries, protect your rights, and don't fear cutting off toxic ties. I spent years invisible to my parents, but I learned to value myself, to fight for what's mine. Savannah's quiet coast became my refuge, a place to rebuild without their judgment. Thank you for listening to my story until the end. I appreciate your empathy. Please share your thoughts in the comments. What would you do in my situation?
She texted from a club. "Oops, missed your surgery. Flights are crazy." I replied, "Rest up." Then I put the hospital staff on a no-visitor list and updated my advance directive. When she arrived with balloons, security already knew her name, and her expression when they stopped her said everything. 34 male, I'm currently propped up in a hospital bed, my left leg encased in a brace the size of a small canoe. The pain is a dull, throbbing baseline, but it's nothing compared to the sharp, clear note of betrayal that's been ringing in my ears for the last 36 hours. For months, my life was a countdown to one event: ACL reconstruction surgery. It's a major procedure, a long recovery, and something you need a support system for. My fiancée, Maya, 31, was supposed to be that system. She was my emergency contact, my healthcare proxy, and the person who was supposed to drive me home to the recovery station we'd set up in our apartment. She had a critical work trip for 3 days before the surgery, but she swore she'd be back. Her flight was scheduled to land the night before my 7 a.m. hospital check-in. She would be there, she promised. At 3:12 a.m. on the morning of my surgery, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Maya. Maya, babe, flights are crazy. So sorry, flight got canceled, won't make it for your surgery. Oops, thinking of you though. Rest up. My blood went cold. Oops. The dismissiveness was a slap in the face, and something felt off. I couldn't sleep, so I did what any anxious person would do. I scrolled through social media. A mutual friend had just posted an Instagram story. It was a noisy, flashing video from a club in the city Maya was visiting. And there, in the background, was Maya, laughing, drink in hand, with some guy's arm around her. The timestamp was 15 minutes before she sent me the text. There was no canceled flight. There was a party. She didn't forget. She chose. Lying in the pre-dawn darkness, a profound, chilling clarity washed over me. The woman I was going to marry had just left me completely alone on the day of a major surgery, lying about it with the casual indifference of someone canceling a coffee date. My first call was one of shame and panic. My older brother Ben. I explained the situation, my voice cracking. He didn't hesitate. I'm on my way. Don't worry about a thing. My second and third actions were more methodical. After I checked into the hospital and was settled in the pre-op bay, a kind charge nurse came to review my information. Everything looks good, Alex, she said. We have Maya listed as your primary contact and visitor. I need to make a change, I said, my voice steady. Please remove Maya from my visitor list entirely. She is not to be allowed in my room or given any information about my status. No exceptions. The nurse looked at me, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. She simply nodded. Okay, honey. I'll update the chart and inform security. Next, I asked to speak to a patient advocate. A social worker came by a few minutes later. I need to update my advance directive, I told her. I want to revoke Maya's status as my healthcare proxy and assign it to my brother Ben, effective immediately. She handed me the paperwork. Filling in Ben's name and signing mine next to the line that officially stripped Maya of any power over my medical decisions felt like the most sane, rational thing I had done in years. Ben arrived, a calming presence in the sterile chaos. The surgery went well. When I woke up in the recovery room, groggy and in pain, he was there. Not her. The next afternoon, through the haze of painkillers, I saw a commotion down the hall near the nurse's station. It was Maya. She was holding a ridiculously large bouquet of roses and a get-well-soon balloon that bounced against the ceiling. She was in full worried fiancé mode, her face a perfect mask of concern. I watched as she spoke to the nurse, who then pointed toward a hospital security guard standing nearby. The guard approached her, spoke quietly, and shook his head. Maya's face cycled through confusion, then indignation, then outright fury. Her voice rose, and even from my room, I could hear fragments. My fiancé, ridiculous. Let me see him. The guard was firm. She was not on the list. She was not coming in. Her expression when she turned and saw me watching her from my doorway, a look of pure, unadulterated shock that her key to my life no longer worked, said everything. My phone, sitting on the bedside table, began to vibrate incessantly. A string of texts. What is going on? They won't let me see you. This is insane. Alex, tell them to let me in. I'm your fiancé. I just looked at the screen. Then I looked at Ben, who gave me a quiet, supportive nod. I didn't reply. I just turned my phone over and closed my eyes. Update 1. I'm home now, ensconced in the recovery station that feels more like a fortress. Ben has been a saint, helping me with everything from getting food to navigating the treacherous journey to the bathroom. My leg is a useless, throbbing appendage, but my mind has never been clearer. The digital siege from Maya and her family began the moment she was turned away from the hospital. Dozens of missed calls, voicemails ranging from saccharine sweet to shrewish, and an avalanche of texts. I ignored them for 2 days, focusing on my immediate recovery. Finally, I decided to answer one of her calls, mostly to make it stop. Finally, she screeched. What is wrong with you? Do you have any idea how humiliated I was? Being escorted out of a hospital like a criminal? I flew all the way back for you. No, you didn't, I said, my voice flat and tired. You flew back when the party was over. There's a difference. I saw the pictures, Maya. It was a work dinner. My boss made us go. You're twisting things to be cruel, she fired back, the lie coming so easily to her. And my flight was canceled. I had to rebook. You're punishing me for something that wasn't my fault. It doesn't matter anymore, I said. I was alone when I needed you. I made new arrangements. Ben is my proxy now. You're not welcome here. You can't do that, she shrieked. We live together. We're getting married. We have thousands of dollars in non-refundable deposits. Are you just going to throw all that away over a misunderstanding? Her immediate pivot to the money was telling. Not, I'm so sorry I hurt you. Not, how is your knee? It was about the financial fallout, the inconvenience to her. Then came the call from her mother, Diana. Alex, dear, I think you're overreacting, she began in a condescending tone. Maya is distraught. She made a small mistake. You're a man, you're supposed to be strong and forgive. To abandon her when she's so upset, it's just not right. The audacity was stunning. I was the one who had surgery, and she was the one who needed support. Diana, with all due respect, your daughter abandoned me. The conversation is over. I hung up. The next dirty trick was an attempt to bypass me entirely. I got a text from one of her friends, Chloe. Hey Alex, Maya's super worried about a big project on her work laptop. She asked if I could swing by and grab it for her. I have a key. I knew for a fact that Maya had taken her work laptop with her. This was a reconnaissance mission, an attempt to get an agent inside the apartment. Ben handled it. He waited by the door, and when Chloe showed up, he politely but firmly blocked her path. Sorry, he said. Alex isn't having visitors. If Maya needs anything, she can schedule a time with me to come and pack her belongings under my supervision. This, of course, led to another furious call from Maya. You're treating me like a thief, having your brother guard my own home against me? It's my home, Maya. You're no longer on the lease. And yes, you need a chaperone. Your trust score is 0. As for the wedding, I spent an entire afternoon on the phone, methodically dismantling the future she had torched. I called the caterer, the photographer, the venue. I explained that the wedding was off. As she had so helpfully pointed out, many of the deposits were non-refundable. Total loss was around $8,000. I ate it. It was the price of my freedom. After the calls, I sent her a single final email. The subject was canceled contracts. In it, I attached a spreadsheet. It listed every vendor, the date I had canceled, the total deposit amount, and the amount that was non-refundable. I highlighted the total loss. At the bottom, I wrote, "This is the financial consequence of your trip. As I have paid all of these deposits myself, I will not be seeking your half. Consider it a parting gift. All future communication regarding the removal of your belongings from my apartment must be directed to Ben. Do not contact me again." I blocked her number. I blocked her mother. I blocked her on all social media. The silence that followed was the best medicine I've had all week. Update 2. The day of the move-out arrived like a storm front. Ben, ever the stoic guardian, was here to supervise. I was parked in my recovery station, a comfortable recliner I'd bought specifically for this period, with a custom swing-arm table for my laptop and essentials. It was my command center. It was also, unfortunately, in the living room, where the main event was to take place. Maya arrived alone. The performative sadness was gone, replaced by a cold, hard fury. She didn't look at me. She just started grabbing her things, throwing them into boxes with a violent carelessness. The air was thick with unspoken rage. She saved her most symbolic act for last. As she was about to leave with her final box, she walked past my recovery station with a full, steaming mug of coffee. Her arm jerked, and the entire mug of dark, sugary coffee went splashing all over the beige fabric of my new recliner. "Oops," she said, the word dripping with venomous sarcasm. She didn't even glance back. She just walked out the door. The smell of stale coffee filled the room. Staring at the ugly brown stain spreading across the chair that was supposed to represent my healing, I didn't feel anger. I felt a deep, profound pity for her. This petty act of vandalism was the only power she had left. But the story doesn't end there. Ben, it turns out, is more than just a good brother. He's a bloodhound. Her story of a canceled flight and a work dinner never sat right with him. So he did some digging. It wasn't hard. A few of her friends, disgusted by her behavior, were more than willing to talk. The critical work trip was a complete fabrication. Her company had no record of it. It was a planned girls' getaway to a city known for its nightlife. And the man from the club photo? He wasn't a random stranger. He was an ex-boyfriend she'd been talking to for months. The trip wasn't just a party, it was an audition. She was trying him on for size, seeing if he was a better option, all while keeping me, her stable, dependable fiancé, on the hook. She didn't miss my surgery by accident. It wasn't an oops, it was a deliberate choice. She chose a weekend with her affair partner over being by my side. I waited a week. I let her think she'd had the last word with her coffee-stained insult. Then I asked our core group of friends, the 4 couples who would have been in our wedding party, to join a group video call. I told them I needed to talk to them about the wedding being canceled. Maya, who was in the group chat, accepted the call, likely thinking it was a chance to play the victim and tell her side of the story. When everyone was on the call, I started. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just laid out the facts, my voice as calm and steady as a surgeon's. I know you're all wondering what happened, I began, and you deserve the truth. 2 days before my surgery, Maya told me she had a work trip. On the morning of my surgery, she texted to say her flight was canceled. This was a lie. I continued, laying out the timeline, the Instagram story, the lies about her boss, and then the final brutal truth Ben had uncovered. It wasn't a work trip, I said, looking directly at Maya's pixelated, horrified face on the screen. It was a vacation with her ex-boyfriend. She lied to all of us. She wasn't there for me because she was with someone else. The silence on the call was absolute. I could see the shock and disgust on our friends' faces as they looked back and forth between me and Maya. Maya, I said, my voice dropping, that coffee stain on my chair? That's nothing. You stained our entire relationship, our friendships, everything, and you did it with your eyes wide open. She started crying, trying to stammer out denials, but the damage was done. I had presented the case. The jury, our closest friends, had seen the evidence. I hadn't destroyed her reputation with public posts. I had simply revealed the truth to the people whose opinions we both valued. Her victim narrative was dead before it could even draw breath. I think that's all that needs to be said, I concluded, and ended the call. Final update. The last 6 months have been a slow, arduous but steady climb back to normalcy. Physical therapy on my knee has been grueling, but every bit of restored mobility feels like a victory. Ben was my rock through the worst of it. The real healing, though, has been emotional. The group video call was the kill shot. As I'd hoped, it completely neutralized Maya's ability to spin her narrative. Our friends, presented with the unvarnished truth, were appalled. They didn't viciously attack her. They just quietly excised her from their lives. The group chats she was in went silent. The invitations stopped. She had built her social life on a foundation of my stability, and when that was gone, the whole structure collapsed. Her affair, predictably, fizzled out. The ex-boyfriend was apparently not interested in the drama or the baggage that came with being the other man in such a spectacular implosion. He was there for the fun trip, not for the messy fallout. Without my income subsidizing her lifestyle, and with a torched social circle, Maya had no choice but to move back in with her parents. I've heard through the grapevine that she is miserable, constantly complaining about how one little mistake ruined her life. The complete lack of self-awareness is staggering, but not surprising. She still sees herself as the victim of my unforgiving nature, rather than the architect of her own demise. I never heard from her or her mother again. My email about the wedding deposits, followed by the video call, was a 1-2 punch of factual and social consequences they couldn't recover from. The revenge was never about hurting her. It was about protecting myself. By immediately revoking her access to my hospital room and my medical decisions, I took back control at my most vulnerable moment. By methodically dismantling our shared future and preemptively telling the truth to our friends, I ensured that her betrayal couldn't be spun into a weapon against me. She wanted to treat me as an option, a safety net. My response was to remove myself as a choice entirely. The stained recliner from the recovery station sat in my living room for a month, a monument to her pettiness. One day I had Ben help me haul it down to the dumpster. Watching it get tossed away was more therapeutic than I could have imagined. I bought a new one. It's just a chair, but it's clean. I'm still recovering, and I'm not ready to even think about dating again. The betrayal left a scar. But it's a clean scar, not a festering wound. She showed me her true character in the most brutal way possible, and I responded not with rage, but with logic. I accepted the reality she presented and acted accordingly. She gambled that I would be a doormat, that I would absorb her oops and carry on. She lost, and the most satisfying part is that she has no one to blame but herself.
I'm Karen, 35 years old, and attending another tense family reunion at Bella Not, an upscale Italian restaurant downtown. Despite my successful marketing career, personal relationships, especially with family, have always been my struggle. My mother Barbara and sister Diane sit across from me, while my adorable nieces Emma and Lily fidget in their chairs looking hungry. I had hoped today might heal old wounds, but when the food arrives, everything changes. Mother slides napkins toward the girls with cold disdain, uttering words that ignite something in me I can no longer suppress. Before I continue, drop a comment letting me know where you're watching from, and hit that subscribe button to join our storytelling community. Growing up, I was always the responsible one in our family. By age 10, I packed my own lunches, did my homework without reminders, and often took care of Diane, who was 3 years younger. My sister, on the other hand, was the darling of our household. She could do no wrong in our mother's eyes. If she forgot her science project, Mom would stay up all night helping her. If she needed new clothes, even when money was tight, Barbara would find a way. Meanwhile, I wore hand-me-downs and was told I should be more practical about my wants. Diane is more sensitive, my mother would explain when I questioned the disparity. She needs extra support. But what about what I needed? The question lingered throughout my childhood, but was never properly addressed. Family gatherings were particularly difficult. Thanksgiving dinners where Diane got the drumstick because she's always loved it while I was expected to take whatever was left. Christmas mornings when her pile of gifts towered over mine, and I was supposed to be mature enough not to mind. Birthday parties where my mother spent weeks planning elaborate celebrations for Diane while mine were often afterthoughts, sometimes even forgotten until the day of. Barbara, my mother, ruled our home with an iron fist disguised in a velvet glove. She was the quintessential controlling parent who masked her manipulation as concern. Her favorite phrases included, "I'm only saying this because I love you, and someday you'll thank me for this." She was particularly skilled at creating divisions, pitting Diane and me against each other while positioning herself as the reasonable mediator. As adults, the dynamic persisted. Diane married Paul, a financial analyst from a wealthy family right after college. They appeared to have it all: a beautiful Tudor-style house in the suburbs, luxury cars, and expensive vacations documented meticulously on social media. But rumors of their financial troubles had been circulating among family members. Despite this, my mother continued to favor Diane, offering financial support when needed, while commenting on my practical but uninspired apartment whenever she visited. The week before this family reunion, I spent hours selecting perfect gifts for my nieces. Emma, 8 years old with her mother's blonde hair and infectious laugh, loved science experiments. I found her a premium chemistry set with real lab equipment suitable for her age. For 6-year-old Lily, who was going through a dinosaur phase, I purchased a museum-quality fossil collection with an accompanying guidebook. Both gifts cost more than I should have spent on my teacher's salary, but I wanted them to feel special. The night before the reunion, my phone rang. It was Tanya, my best friend since college, calling to check in. "Are you ready for tomorrow's battleground?" she asked, only half joking. "I've got my armor polished and my shields up," I replied, sorting through my closet for something appropriate to wear. "I just hope Mom behaves herself this time." "Karen, honey, when has Barbara ever behaved herself at family functions? Remember your cousin Vanessa's wedding when she told the bride her dress made her look pregnant?" I groaned at the memory. Or my 34th birthday when she brought up my ex-boyfriend and wondered aloud why he left. "Exactly," Tanya said. "Just remember what Dr. Levine told you. Set your boundaries, stick to them, and don't take the bait." Dr. Levine was my therapist, who had been helping me navigate my complicated family relationships for the past year. Her advice had been invaluable, but theory always seemed easier than practice when actually facing my mother. "I'll try," I promised. "But it's not just Mom I'm worried about. Diane's been strange lately. Last time we talked, she seemed stressed about money, but when I tried to ask about it, she shut down completely." "Just focus on those adorable nieces of yours," Tanya suggested. "They're the innocent parties in all this family drama." She was right. Despite the tensions with my sister, I adored Emma and Lily. They were bright, curious, and affectionate children who somehow remained unspoiled despite their parents' materialistic tendencies. Whenever possible, I tried to be the aunt who listened, who played board games instead of buying expensive presents, though I did that too, who remembered their favorite colors and foods without being reminded. Before going to bed, I laid out my outfit, a simple navy dress that was professional without being stuffy, comfortable low heels, and the silver bracelet my father had given me before he became a background character in the Barbara show. I set my alarm early, knowing I'd need extra time to prepare mentally for the day ahead. That night, I dreamed of childhood dinner tables where my plate was always smaller than Diane's, where I watched her eat dessert while I was told to clear the dishes. I woke up with a familiar knot in my stomach, the physical manifestation of 35 years of family dynamics that never seemed to change. But today would be different, I told myself as I got ready. Today, I would maintain my composure, focus on my nieces, and not let Barbara's manipulations affect me. I repeated Dr. Levine's mantra as I drove to the restaurant. You cannot control their behavior, only your response to it. Little did I know how much that resolve would be tested before the day was through. Bella Notte wasn't just expensive, it was ostentatiously so. Crystal chandeliers hung from vaulted ceilings, white tablecloths draped over antique mahogany tables, and waitstaff dressed in formal attire moved like silent shadows between dining parties. The kind of place where prices weren't listed on the menu because if you have to ask, you can't afford it. Of course, my mother had chosen it. I arrived exactly on time, knowing that being early would mean awkward one-on-one time with whoever arrived first, while being late would give my mother ammunition for criticism. The host, a slender man with an Italian accent that seemed slightly affected, checked my name against the reservation. "Ah, the Romano party. The rest of your family has already arrived. Please follow me." My pulse quickened as we weaved between tables toward a private room at the back of the restaurant. Through the open doorway, I could see them all arranged like figures in a diorama of family dysfunction. Barbara sat at the head of the table, her silver blonde hair styled immaculately, wearing a cream-colored blouse that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Beside her was my father George, whose once commanding presence had diminished over the years into something apologetic and deferential. Diane and Paul sat on one side, her hand resting possessively on his arm while he stared at his phone. My nieces were positioned at the far end of the table almost as an afterthought. The first to notice me was Emma, whose face lit up with genuine excitement. "Aunt Karen," she called out, waving enthusiastically. Lily joined in, bouncing in her seat. I moved to them first, deliberately bypassing the adults. Kneeling between their chairs, I gave each a warm hug. "I've missed you both so much," I told them sincerely. "Emma, how was your science fair? And Lily, did you finish that dinosaur book I sent you?" Before they could answer, my mother's voice cut across the table. "Karen, aren't you going to say hello to everyone else? We've been waiting?" I straightened up, plastering on my social smile. "Of course. Sorry to keep you waiting." The next few minutes were a blur of awkward greetings. Barbara offered her cheek for a kiss rather than a hug. My father gave me a warm but brief embrace, his eyes communicating an apology I couldn't quite decipher. Diane's hug felt performative, while Paul barely looked up from his phone to acknowledge me with a nod. Also present were my grandmother, Helen, my mother's mother, who at 82 retained both her sharp mind and sharper tongue. Uncle Robert, my father's younger brother, who had always been kind to me. And cousin Vanessa with her husband Troy, both pleasantly neutral parties in family conflicts. "You look tired," was Barbara's first real comment to me as I took my assigned seat, notably far from the girls and positioned between Uncle Robert and Vanessa. "I'm fine, Mom. Just busy with work," I replied neutrally, unfolding my napkin and placing it on my lap. "She's always fine," Barbara said, to no one in particular. "Never needs help, our Karen." The passive-aggressive Barb was so familiar it almost didn't sting anymore. Almost. My father attempted to change the subject. "Karen, how's that new curriculum going? You mentioned your school was implementing some new teaching methods this year." Grateful for his intervention, I began explaining the project-based learning approach I'd been helping develop at the middle school, where I taught English. But I'd barely gotten 2 sentences in when Barbara interrupted. "The menus, George. Ask about the menus. We need to order before the kitchen gets backed up." As if summoned by her words, a waiter appeared with leather-bound menus, distributing them to each adult at the table. I noticed immediately that Emma and Lily didn't receive any. "Excuse me," I said to the waiter. "I think you forgot menus for my nieces." An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. The waiter looked questioningly at Barbara, who waved her hand dismissively. "That won't be necessary. We've already decided what everyone will be having." I glanced at Diane, expecting her to speak up for her daughters, but she was studying her menu intensely, avoiding eye contact. The restaurant's interior suddenly felt stifling. Across the room, I observed other families dining together, parents helping children select meals, grandparents sneaking extra breadsticks, to eager grandchildren, everyone included in the experience. The contrast with our table's dynamic was stark and painful. Paul finally put his phone down, but only to make a show of studying the wine list. "They have a decent Barolo," he announced, as if imparting great wisdom. "Though I've had better at that little place in Turin we visited last year, remember, Diane?" My sister nodded automatically, though I wondered if they'd actually taken that trip, or if it was part of the carefully curated image they presented to the world. Something about Paul's constant name-dropping of expensive experiences rang hollow. Throughout the next 20 minutes, I observed the subtle currents of tension flowing around the table. Grandmother Helen made cutting remarks about the restaurant's decor being new money gauche. Uncle Robert attempted to engage the girls in conversation, one of the few adults acknowledging their presence. Cousin Vanessa and Troy discussed their recent home renovation in deliberately neutral tones, careful not to trigger Barbara's competitive instinct to one-up them. And through it all, my nieces sat quietly, occasionally whispering to each other, their presence increasingly peripheral to the adult dynamics dominating the table. I caught Emma's eye and gave her a reassuring smile, which she returned uncertainly. Lily had begun folding her napkin into increasingly elaborate shapes, a nervous habit she'd developed over the past year. As water glasses were filled and bread baskets distributed again, bypassing the children, I couldn't help but notice a small insulated bag beside Diane's chair. The logo on its side was from an expensive gourmet deli across town. Something about that bag made me uneasy, though I couldn't yet articulate why. The stage was set for what was to come, though none of us yet realized just how uncomfortable this family reunion was about to become. "I think we should start with the calamari fritti for the table," Barbara announced, not bothering to consult anyone else, "and perhaps the bruschetta sampler." The waiter nodded, jotting down her selections. "Excellent choices, madam." "And for the main courses?" This was when Barbara truly took command, pointing around the table and declaring each person's order with absolute authority. "George will have the osso buco. I'll take the branzino with lemon caper sauce. Diane, you mentioned wanting the truffle risotto, yes. And Paul, I assume the bistecca fiorentina, medium rare." She continued around the table, assigning meals to each adult based on what she thought they should have, rather than asking for preferences. When she came to me, I interrupted gently. "Actually, I'd prefer the eggplant parmesan." Barbara's smile tightened almost imperceptibly. "Eggplant, are you sure? It's so heavy. The salmon would be much better for you." "I'm sure," I replied, firmly meeting her gaze. A brief moment of tension passed between us before she conceded with a slight nod to the waiter. "Fine. Eggplant for Karin. Throughout this entire ordering process, I noticed that Emma and Lily were being completely ignored. They sat quietly occasionally, glancing at each other with uncertainty. The bread basket had been placed deliberately out of their reach, and no one had offered them anything to drink besides water. I watched Diane waiting for her to speak up to order something for her daughters. But she remained silent, occasionally touching her pearl necklace in what I recognized as a nervous gesture from childhood. Paul continued checking his phone under the table, his brow furrowing at whatever messages he was receiving. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. What about Emma and Lily? What will they be having? The question landed like a stone in still water, creating ripples of discomfort around the table. Barbara looked at me as if I'd committed a social faux pas. "Oh," she said with artificial surprise. "I assumed they'd already eaten." Diane finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. "Mom, I mentioned earlier that they hadn't had lunch yet." "Did you?" Barbara replied, eyebrows raised. "I must have forgotten. Well, children's palates aren't developed enough for this kind of cuisine anyway. The chef here doesn't make chicken nuggets." She laughed as if she'd said something witty. Emma, old enough to understand the slight, looked down at her empty plate. Lily leaned against her sister, visibly hungry and confused. "They eat all kinds of food," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "Emma loves pasta and Lily." Paul cut me off. "We're watching their diet. Too much restaurant food isn't good for children." The conversation was interrupted by Uncle Robert asking about the wine selection, a deliberate attempt to diffuse tension that I appreciated but resented was necessary. As the adults discussed vintages and pairings, I caught Diane's eye across the table. She gave me a small apologetic smile that did nothing to explain why she wasn't advocating for her own children. The next 15 minutes devolved into a bizarre discussion of family finances initiated by Barbara with all the subtlety of a bulldozer. "Paul, I hear Westridge Investments has been going through some restructuring. Has that affected your department?" she asked innocently, though nothing my mother did was ever truly innocent. Paul stiffened. "Just routine organizational changes. Nothing to worry about." "That's not what Harold Pemberton told me at the country club," Barbara pressed. "He mentioned several senior analysts were being let go." I watched Paul's knuckles whiten around his water glass. Diane placed a hand on his arm, a gesture that seemed both supportive and cautioning. "Mom, can we not discuss work today?" Diane asked. "This is supposed to be a family gathering." Barbara feigned surprise. "I'm just showing interest in Paul's career. That's what family does." The subtext was clear to everyone at the table. Barbara was probing for confirmation of rumors about Paul and Diane's financial troubles, not out of concern but to establish her position in the family hierarchy. The more they needed her, the more control she maintained. Throughout this uncomfortable exchange, I became increasingly aware of my niece's growing discomfort. Emma had her arms wrapped around herself, a self-soothing gesture I recognized from my own childhood. Lily had given up on her napkin folding and was now leaning against her sister, clearly hungry and tired of waiting. A memory surfaced suddenly, myself at 8 years old, sitting at a similar table during a family dinner at an upscale restaurant. I'd been told to wait patiently while the adults enjoyed a multi-course meal. By the time anyone remembered I might be hungry, the kitchen was closing, and I was told I'd have to wait until we got home. I remembered the gnawing emptiness in my stomach, but even more vividly, I recalled the feeling of being utterly unimportant, an afterthought in my own family. Looking at Emma and Lily now, I saw that same feeling reflected in their eyes, and something inside me began to shift from discomfort to determination. The appetizers arrived with flourish, placed in the center of the table theoretically for sharing, but as Barbara distributed small portions onto everyone's appetizer plates, she bypassed the girls entirely. When I reached for the bruschetta to give some to Emma, and Lily, Barbara intercepted. "Karin, there's barely enough for the adults. Besides, tomatoes make Lily break out in hives." "No, they don't," I said confused. "She had tomato soup the last time I visited." "Well, we've recently discovered the allergy," Barbara insisted. Diane, who should have known her own daughter's allergies, said nothing to contradict this obvious falsehood. Paul was once again absorbed in his phone, visibly stressed by whatever messages he was receiving. The conversation shifted to Cousin Vanessa's recent promotion, then to Uncle Robert's upcoming retirement, deliberately avoiding the tension simmering beneath the surface. All the while, Emma and Lily sat quietly watching food being enjoyed by everyone but them. As the appetizer plates were cleared, I noticed Diane reaching down for the insulated bag I'd spotted earlier. The girls perked up slightly at this movement, and I realized with a sinking feeling exactly what was about to happen. The main courses arrived with theatrical presentation. Steaming plates of exquisitely prepared Italian cuisine were placed before each adult, the aromas of herbs, garlic, and truffle oil filling our private dining area. The waiter described each dish with practiced eloquence, naming imported ingredients and special preparation methods that justified the exorbitant prices. No plates came for Emma and Lily. The waiter hesitated after serving the last adult, clearly noticing the two children without food. "Is there anything for the young ladies?" he asked diplomatically. Barbara answered before anyone else could speak. "We didn't order for your kids," she said, looking directly at Diane while sliding cloth napkins toward Emma and Lily. Her tone made the statement sound perfectly reasonable, as if this was normal dining etiquette. Paul, finally looking up from his phone, added with unmistakable annoyance, "Be grateful they were invited." I inhaled sharply, the casual cruelty of the statement hitting me like a physical blow. Across the table, Diane's face flushed with embarrassment, but she remained silent, eyes fixed on her elaborate risotto. The rest of the family suddenly became intensely interested in their own meals, unwilling to challenge the uncomfortable situation. Emma and Lily exchanged glances, a silent communication that spoke volumes about how accustomed they were to this treatment. Then, with practiced motions that broke my heart, they reached for the insulated bag their mother had placed between them. From it, they withdrew pre-packaged containers of pasta and small dessert boxes, the logo of an expensive gourmet deli clearly visible. "The containers are still warm," Lily said quietly to her sister. "Mom had them prepare it fresh before we came," Emma explained clearly, trying to find something positive in the situation. As they carefully opened their meals on the elegant table, Barbara made a show of sliding additional napkins toward them, her expression one of barely disguised disdain. "Try not to make a mess," she instructed. "This tablecloth is imported linen." I couldn't take my eyes off the scene unfolding before me. The girls were eating what appeared to be high-quality pasta with chicken and vegetables, a meal that from the deli it came from probably cost around $80 for both portions. Money wasn't the issue here. It was the deliberate exclusion, the message being sent that they weren't worthy of being included in the family meal. Memories cascaded through my mind. Birthdays where my requests were deemed too expensive, while Diane received everything she asked for. School events where Barbara was too busy to attend for me but never for my sister. Family photos where I was positioned at the edge, easy to crop out if desired. The pattern had never ended. It had simply transferred to a new generation. I watched as Emma helped Lily twist pasta onto her fork, the older sister taking care of the younger just as I had once done with Diane. The parallel was both poignant and infuriating. "Just whispered, 'Copy that,'" Paul muttered sarcastically, in response to something on his phone, his attention completely removed from the family drama unfolding at the table. Uncle Robert attempted to engage the girls in conversation, asking Emma about school and complimenting Lily on how carefully she was eating. His kindness stood in stark contrast to the callousness displayed by Barbara, Paul, and, through her silence, Diane. "The pasta is actually really good," Emma said to her great-uncle, trying to be positive despite the circumstances. "I'm sure it is, sweetheart," he replied, throwing a disapproving glance toward Barbara that she pretended not to notice. My grandmother Helen, never one to miss an opportunity for commentary, leaned toward me and whispered, "In my day, children were seen and not heard, but they were at least fed at the family table." Though her delivery was acerbic, I appreciated the subtle support. Cousin Vanessa, looked deeply uncomfortable picking at her seafood linguine without appetite. Her husband Troy was the only one who dared to directly question the situation, though he did so carefully. "Were there no children's options on the menu?" he asked innocently. "Most places have something simple they can prepare." Barbara waved her hand dismissively. "The chef here doesn't cater to childish palates. Besides, they're perfectly happy with what they brought." I studied my niece's faces. Happy was not the word I would use to describe their expressions. They were eating quietly, trying to be invisible, a skill I recognized because I'd perfected it myself growing up in Barbara's household. My father George, who had been silent throughout the meal, finally spoke up. "The girls should have been included in the order," he said quietly, his voice lacking conviction but at least making the statement. Barbara shot him a look that could have frozen the sundae. "They have food, George. Let's not make an issue where there isn't one." "There is an issue," I wanted to say. There's always been an issue. But the words remained trapped behind years of conditioning to keep the peace, to not rock the boat, to accept the subtle cruelties as normal. Diane continued eating her risotto, occasionally glancing at her daughters with what might have been guilt in her eyes. But she said nothing, did nothing. The same pattern we'd grown up with, Diane accepting preferential treatment while I was expected to understand why I deserved less, was now playing out with her own children as the victims. The waiter returned to check on our meals. "Is everything to your satisfaction?" The polite question standard in any restaurant suddenly seemed loaded with irony. Was any of this satisfactory? The exclusion of children from a family meal, the obvious favoritism, the silent complicity? As he awaited a response, something shifted inside me. Dr. Levine's words echoed in my mind. Family patterns don't change unless someone is brave enough to change them. I placed my napkin beside my plate and took a deep breath. When the waiter returned, I stood up and said, "Actually, no. Everything is not satisfactory." My voice came out steadier than I expected, given how my heart was pounding against my ribs. The entire table froze. Barbara's fork paused midway to her mouth, her eyes widening with shock that I would create a scene in public. "My nieces haven't been properly served." I continued, turning to address the waiter directly. "Could they please have menus? Or, if that's not possible, could you recommend something appropriate that could be prepared quickly? They've been sitting here hungry while we've all been eating." The waiter, a consummate professional, didn't miss a beat. "Of course, ma'am. We have several options that would be suitable and could be expedited." He smiled warmly at Emma and Lily, whose expressions wavered between hope and uncertainty. "Corinne, sit down." Barbara hissed, her controlled facade cracking slightly. "The girls have food. You're embarrassing everyone." "No, Mom. What's embarrassing is making children bring their own food to a family dinner like unwanted guests." I remained standing, years of suppressed feelings fueling my resolve. Paul's face darkened with anger. "This is inappropriate. You have no right to interfere with how we parent our children." "Parenting involves advocating for your children," I replied, looking directly at Diane, who seemed to be trying to make herself smaller in her chair. "It means ensuring they're treated with dignity, especially by family." "The girls are fine." Diane finally spoke, her voice barely audible. "They're used to. They don't mind eating what we brought." "That's the problem," I said, softer now, but no less determined. "They shouldn't be used to being treated as less important." I turned back to the waiter. "They'll have the fettuccine alfredo and the margarita pizza, please. And chocolate gelato for dessert." Barbara's face had transformed into the Arctic expression I knew well from childhood, the look that preceded punishment withdrawal of affection, days of cold silence. "You always had to make everything about you, didn't you, Karin? Even now, creating drama at what was supposed to be a pleasant family gathering." The accusation was so backwards, it almost made me laugh. This isn't about me. It's about Emma and Lily. And it's about patterns that need to stop. I finally sat down, my legs feeling slightly unsteady from the adrenaline. "What patterns?" Barbara demanded, though her tone suggested she knew exactly what I meant. A memory surfaced with such clarity it could have happened yesterday rather than 27 years ago. I was 8, almost Emma's current age. We were at an upscale restaurant celebrating my father's promotion. Barbara had ordered for everyone but forgot to include me. When I quietly mentioned being hungry, she'd said almost exactly the same words. "We didn't order for you. You can have something when we get home." I'd sat through the entire 3-hour meal with nothing but water and a dinner roll a kind server had slipped me when Barbara wasn't looking. "The pattern of excluding some family members while favoring others," I said evenly. "The pattern of teaching children they should accept being treated as less valuable." Uncle Robert nodded slightly, encouraging me to continue. My father stared at his plate, his expression a complex mixture of shame and what might have been pride. "You're being ridiculous," Barbara scoffed. "No one is excluding anyone. The girls have perfectly good food." "Food they had to bring themselves to a family dinner at a restaurant," I pointed out. "Food they're eating from takeout containers while everyone else gets freshly prepared meals served on china. How would you feel if that were you, Mom?" Before Barbara could respond, Emma spoke up, her small voice surprisingly steady. "It's okay, Aunt Karen. We're used to it." Those 5 words, "we're used to it," hit me like a physical blow. How many times had I said those exact words as a child? How many times had I convinced myself that unequal treatment was normal, acceptable, something to be endured, rather than challenged? Paul, clearly frustrated that control of the situation was slipping away, tried a different approach. "This is a financial matter, Karen. You have no idea about our current circumstances. The girls' meals from Angelo's are perfectly adequate." "This isn't about money," I countered. "Those takeout meals probably cost more than what you would have spent ordering from the menu here. This is about making the girls feel included, making them feel valued." Diane suddenly pushed back her chair and stood up. "Excuse me," she mumbled before hurrying toward the restrooms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The waiter returned to inform us that the girls' orders would be ready shortly. Emma and Lily exchanged glances of surprised delight, then looked at me with such gratitude that I felt my throat tighten. "Thank you, Aunt Karen," Lily said softly. "You shouldn't have done this," Barbara said once the waiter left. "You've undermined their parents' authority and created a scene for no reason." "There's a very good reason," I replied. "These girls deserve to be treated as full members of this family, not accessories to be managed." My father surprised everyone by clearing his throat and saying, "Karen's right, Barbara. The girls should have been included in the meal." Barbara's head snapped toward him, shocked by this rare contradiction. "George, don't encourage her behavior." "It's not behavior that needs discouragement," he said quietly. "It's standing up for what's right." Paul pushed his chair back aggressively. "I'm going to check on Diane," he announced, striding away from the table with obvious anger. In the awkward silence that followed, I moved to sit in the now empty chair beside Emma. "I'm sorry if I made things uncomfortable," I told her quietly. "But you and Lily are important, and you deserve to be treated that way." She leaned against me slightly, a gesture that spoke volumes. "Mom says we shouldn't make Grandma Barbara angry because she helps with our private school tuition." The pieces suddenly clicked into place. The financial control Barbara maintained over Diane and Paul, using money to ensure compliance with her expectations. The same tactic she'd used throughout our childhood, dispensing or withholding resources based on how well we conformed to her vision. Across the table, conversation had resumed in an obvious attempt to move past the uncomfortable confrontation. Grandmother Helen was regaling Uncle Robert with stories of her recent cruise, while Cousin Vanessa and her husband discussed summer vacation plans. Barbara sat rigidly in her chair, maintaining her composure through sheer force of will, occasionally casting disapproving glances in my direction. When Diane and Paul returned several minutes later, the tension was palpable. Paul's expression was thunderous, while Diane's eyes were red-rimmed from crying. They took their seats just as the waiter arrived with fresh hot meals for Emma and Lily, served on proper plates with full place settings. "Your fettuccine Alfredo, young lady," the waiter said with a flourish as he placed Emma's dish before her. "And margarita pizza for you, miss," he added, setting Lily's plate down with equal ceremony. "Can I get you anything else? Perhaps some fresh Parmesan or cracked pepper?" The girls' faces lit up at being addressed with such respect, at being treated as valued patrons rather than inconveniences. "Yes, please," Emma said, sitting up straighter. "Parmesan would be lovely." "Lovely indeed," the waiter agreed with a wink, grating fresh cheese over her pasta. In that moment, watching my nieces finally being treated with dignity, I knew that regardless of the family fallout that would inevitably follow, I had done the right thing. The remainder of the meal unfolded in a strange atmosphere of fractured tension. Our large table had effectively split into camps: those who supported my intervention, those who were angry about it, and those desperately trying to maintain neutrality. Through it all, Emma and Lily ate their freshly prepared meals with undisguised enjoyment, occasionally exchanging glances of appreciation with me. Barbara maintained a rigid smile that never reached her eyes, directing conversation towards safe, superficial topics while studiously ignoring what had just transpired. "Vanessa, you must tell everyone about your kitchen remodel. The Carrara marble countertops sound divine." Cousin Vanessa, clearly uncomfortable being used as a conversational shield, responded with minimal enthusiasm. "They're nice, yes. The contractor finished on schedule, which was the real miracle." Beside me, Emma leaned close and whispered, "This is the best pasta I've ever had." "Better than the takeout?" I asked quietly. She nodded. "It's warm all the way through, and they put extra cheese on it." Such a small thing, hot food with extra cheese, but the delight in her voice underscored how rarely her preferences were considered, how seldom she was treated as someone whose enjoyment mattered. Paul spent the remainder of the meal alternating between furious texting and throwing resentful glances my way. His body language screamed discomfort at having his authority challenged, especially in front of the family. I recognized his type all too well. Men who married into our family often either became enablers of Barbara's controlling behavior or attempted to establish their own dominance. Paul had clearly chosen the latter path. Diane picked at her food, her appetite apparently gone. Several times, I caught her watching her daughters enjoying their meals. Her expression a complex mixture of guilt, resentment, and what might have been envy, not of their food, but of their newfound voice through my advocacy. About 20 minutes later, Lily needed to use the restroom. Diane rose to accompany her, and I seized the opportunity to follow them, hoping for a moment to speak with my sister away from Barbara's watchful eyes. In the elegant marble bathroom, while Lily was in a stall, Diane confronted me immediately. "You had no right to do that, Karin," she hissed, though her anger seemed fragile, underlaid with something more vulnerable. "You made Paul and me look like terrible parents." "That wasn't my intention," I replied honestly. "But can you tell me why you didn't order food for your own daughters?" Diane's eyes filled with tears. "You don't understand. Things are complicated right now." "Then help me understand," I urged, softening my tone. "We used to tell each other everything." The toilet flushed, and Diane quickly wiped her eyes. When Lily emerged, Diane helped her wash her hands, then said, "Sweetheart, can you wait just outside the door for a minute? Mom needs to talk to Aunt Karen." Once Lily had left, Diane's composed facade crumbled. "Paul lost his job 3 months ago," she confessed in a rush. "The layoffs at Westridge that Mom mentioned, he was part of them. We've been pretending everything's fine, but we're drowning in debt. The house, the cars, the private schools, we can't afford any of it anymore." "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked, genuinely confused. Despite our complicated relationship, I would have helped if I could. "Because Mom offered to help, on her terms." Diane leaned against the marble counter. "She's paying the girls' tuition now and helping with the mortgage, but every dollar comes with strings attached." "So many strings, Karin." The picture became clearer, and one of those strings is maintaining the appearance she wants even at the expense of your daughter's dignity. Diane nodded miserably. "She told me this morning not to order for the girls because children don't appreciate fine cuisine, and it would be wasting her money. That's why I brought the takeout. I couldn't bear the plains. Thought of them sitting through another meal with nothing." "Another meal?" I echoed, the implications sinking in. "This has happened before." "Last month at Le Cirque," Diane admitted. And before that, at the country club. Mom says they need to learn that life isn't fair and that expectations should be managed early. The same thing she used to say about you. The revelation stunned me. All this time, I'd assumed Diane had been oblivious to the unequal treatment that she'd accepted her favored status without questioning its impact on me. But she'd been aware, perhaps not fully but enough to recognize the pattern repeating with her own children. "Why Emma and Lily?" I asked. "They're your daughters." Diane's expression crumpled. "Because Emma reminds her of you, responsible, thoughtful, always taking care of her sister, and Lily. Lily questions everything just like you did. Mom says they have your difficult personality traits rather than mine." The cruelty of it took my breath away. Barbara punishing my nieces for traits that reminded her of me, perpetuating cycles of favoritism and exclusion into a new generation. "It has to stop, Diane," I said firmly. "Not just for my sake, but for your daughters." She wiped away fresh tears. "I know. But we need her financial help right now, and Paul refuses to consider downsizing or changing our lifestyle. He says appearances are everything in his industry, that he won't get another position at the same level if people think we're struggling." There are other options, I started to say, but the bathroom door opened as another patron entered, ending our private conversation. "We should get back," Diane murmured. "But thank you. For the girls, I mean. They've been talking about you all week, you know. About how you really listen to them." We returned to the table to find dessert menus being distributed to the adults only once again. But this time the waiter quietly placed 2 additional menus beside Emma and Lily's plates, giving me a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Barbara noticed immediately. "The children don't need dessert. They already have those little cake things in their takeout containers." Before I could respond, my father spoke up. "Let them choose something they'd like, Barbara. It's a celebration after all." "A celebration of what exactly?" she asked icily. "Of family," he replied simply. "All of our family." As the girls excitedly discussed gelato flavors, I caught my father's eye across the table. He gave me a small smile that conveyed decades of unspoken thoughts. Regret for not having stood up sooner, pride that I finally had hope that things might change. The check arrived after dessert, creating another moment of tension. Barbara reached for it automatically, her financial power over the family a long-established fact, but I was faster. "I'll get this," I said, placing my credit card in the leather folder. "Don't be ridiculous," Barbara scoffed. "You can't afford this on a teacher's salary." "I can afford what matters," I replied evenly, keeping hold of the check, like making sure my nieces feel valued and included. Paul bristled. "We don't need your charity." "It's not charity," I countered. "It's family. Isn't that what we're supposed to be?" As the waiter took the folder with my card, I saw something shift in Diane's expression. A glimmer of the sister I remembered from before Barbara's influence had fully taken hold of her life before the patterns of our childhood had been transferred to a new generation. The battle lines had been drawn, and for the first time in 35 years, I wasn't backing down. 1 week after the disastrous family reunion, I sat at an entirely different kind of table. The Corner Cafe was a modest family restaurant with checkered tablecloths, crayons provided for young patrons, and a menu where everything was affordable and unpretentious. Across from me sat Emma and Lily, alongside their mother Diane, and surprisingly my father George. "Can I have the chocolate chip pancakes?" Lily asked, studying the children's menu with serious concentration. "Of course you can, sweetheart," Diane replied warmly. "You can have whatever you want." The simple exchange brought a smile to my face. Small steps, but meaningful ones. The fallout from my confrontation with Barbara had been exactly as expected. She'd called me the very next morning, voice frigid with controlled fury, to inform me that my behavior had been appalling, embarrassing, and completely unacceptable in polite society. When her attempt to shame me into an apology failed, she'd switched tactics, threatening to withdraw from family gatherings if I couldn't behave appropriately. "I'm sorry you feel that way, Mom," I'd responded calmly. "But I won't apologize for making sure Emma and Lily were properly included." The conversation had ended with her hanging up on me, a familiar conclusion to many of our disagreements over the years. What I hadn't expected was the text from Diane later that same day, asking if we could meet for coffee. That conversation had been difficult but necessary, opening wounds long covered over, but never truly healed. I knew what was happening, Diane had admitted, her hands wrapped around her coffee mug. I knew Mom treated you differently, but it was easier to accept the favors than to question why you weren't getting them too. And now I'm watching my own daughters go through the same thing, and I hate myself for allowing it. You don't need to hate yourself, I'd told her. But you do need to change the pattern. We both do. Which had led to this breakfast meeting, our first attempt at creating a new kind of family dynamic, one based on genuine care rather than control and manipulation. Dad, are you sure you don't mind picking up my car from the shop after this? Diane asked our father, who was contentedly working on a stack of blueberry pancakes. Not at all, he replied. It's about time I started being more helpful to both my daughters. The emphasis on both was subtle but meaningful. My father had called me privately 2 days after the restaurant incident. I should have spoken up years ago, he'd said, his voice heavy with regret. For you and now for the girls, I let your mother's strong personality override what I knew was right. It's not too late to change, that I'd assured him. And here he was making small but significant efforts to balance the scales, to be equally present for both his daughters and all his grandchildren. Aunt Karen, I got an A on my science project, Emma announced, pulling a folded paper from her backpack, the one about ecosystems that you helped me research. That's fantastic, I exclaimed, genuinely proud. I knew you'd nail it. Diane watched our interaction with an expression I couldn't quite read. Finally, she said, I've started talking to a therapist, Corinne, about all of this, the patterns, Mom, everything. The admission clearly wasn't easy for her, but it represented a profound shift. Diane had always defended our mother's behavior, had always maintained that Barbara's controlling nature was just how she showed love. Acknowledging that there might be unhealthy patterns at play was a monumental step. That's brave, I told her sincerely. Really brave. Paul's not happy about it, she continued. He says we don't need to air our dirty laundry to strangers. But then Paul's not happy about much these days. How are things with him? I asked cautiously. Diane sighed. Complicated. He's still unemployed, still refusing to consider downsizing our lifestyle. And he's furious that I told Mom we won't be accepting her financial help anymore if it comes with conditions about how we raise the girls. I nearly choked on my coffee. You did. She nodded, a small, proud smile playing at her lips. Yesterday, she didn't take it well. I can imagine, I said, remembering Barbara's reaction to even the mildest challenges to her authority. We may have to move to a smaller house, Diane continued. Change schools. Get rid of the luxury cars. But watching Emma and Lily at that restaurant, seeing how they'd already accepted being treated as less important, she shook her head. I couldn't let it continue. Not for any amount of financial security. My father reached across the table to squeeze her hand. You're doing the right thing, honey. And you're not alone in this. The rest of breakfast passed with a lightness I couldn't remember experiencing at a family meal before. The girls told jokes, my father revealed a surprisingly good talent for napkin origami, and Diane shared stories from her new watercolor painting class, a hobby she'd wanted to pursue for years but had never made time for. As we were finishing, Emma asked the question I'd been half expecting, will Grandma Barbara ever eat with us again? Diane and I exchanged glances, silently negotiating who would answer. Finally, my father stepped in. Your Grandma Barbara loves you very much, he said carefully. But sometimes adults have complicated feelings and behaviors that have nothing to do with the people they love. She needs time to understand that families work best when everyone is treated with equal respect. Even kids, Lily asked, skeptically. Especially kids, I affirmed. Every person deserves to be valued, no matter their age. After breakfast, as we stood in the parking lot, saying our goodbyes, Diane hugged me longer and tighter than she had in years. This won't be easy, she whispered, breaking these patterns after so long. The hardest things are usually the most worthwhile, I replied, hugging her back just as firmly. Over the following months, our newly formed alliance held steady. Barbara attempted various tactics to regain control: guilt, financial incentives, even recruiting extended family members to pressure us into resuming normal family gatherings. But something fundamental had shifted. The spell was broken. I began hosting small family dinners at my apartment. Nothing fancy, just simple meals where everyone was included, everyone's preferences considered, everyone treated with equal respect. Emma and Lily thrived in this environment, gradually losing the hesitancy that had characterized their behavior at formal family functions. My relationship with Diane deepened in ways I'd never thought possible. The competitive dynamic Barbara had fostered between us slowly dissolved, replaced by genuine sisterly support. When Diane and Paul eventually separated, his refusal to adjust their lifestyle, proving incompatible with her new boundaries, I was the first person she called. As for my own healing journey, Dr. Levine continued to guide me through the complex process of setting boundaries while maintaining compassion. You can love someone and still not accept their harmful behavior, she reminded me. That's not just permitted, it's necessary for healthy relationships. Sitting on my balcony one evening, watching the sunset and reflecting on how much had changed in 6 months, I realized that family isn't defined by blood or obligation or control. True family is created through respect, through listening, through treating each person as inherently valuable regardless of age or status. Sometimes the most courageous thing we can do is simply stand up and say, "This isn't right." Sometimes healing generations of dysfunction begins with ordering pasta for 2 little girls at an overpriced Italian restaurant. Sometimes love looks like disruption before it can become reconstruction. Have you ever had to stand up against family traditions or behaviors that were harmful? How did you find the courage to break those patterns? Share your experiences in the comments below. If this story resonated with you, please hit the like button and subscribe to hear more real-life journeys of healing and growth. Thank you for listening to my story. May it give you strength if you're facing similar challenges in your own family dynamics.
My daughter was getting married, and when I asked when the wedding would be, my son-in-law said it had already happened. They didn't tell me because it was only for important people and I wasn't one of them. But when they asked me to pay the rent, I did the unexpected. Before continuing the story, let us know in the comments which city you're watching from. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you won't miss more stories, and leave your like on the video. I never thought I'd be the kind of mother who'd become invisible to her own child. But here I am, 60 years old, sitting in my small apartment with a cup of tea that's gone cold, wondering where everything went wrong. My name is Patricia, and I spent 35 years working as an accountant. Not the glamorous kind you see in movies, but the kind who sits in a cramped office double-checking numbers until your eyes blur. Every paycheck, I'd save a little more. Every bonus went straight into the account I'd opened the day my son was born. When my husband died 10 years ago, something broke inside me that never quite healed. Heart attack at 52. One day he was laughing at dinner, the next he was gone. My son was 20 then, still finding his way. We grieved together, but differently. He threw himself into work, any work he could find. I threw myself into making sure he'd never struggle the way we had. I had dreams once. A little house in the countryside with a garden where I could grow tomatoes. Weekend trips to places I'd only seen in magazines. But every time I looked at those travel brochures, I'd think about my son. What if he needed something? So the brochures went in the trash, and the money stayed in the bank. He met her 4 years ago at a coffee shop where he was working between jobs. She came in every morning, always ordered the same complicated drink with extra foam. He said she had this energy about her, like she was going places. I wanted to be happy for him. The first time he brought her to meet me, she smiled with all her teeth but not with her eyes. She talked about her business plans. She was going to open a boutique, or maybe start a catering company. The details kept changing, but the enthusiasm stayed the same. My son looked at her like she'd hung the moon. "Mom, isn't she amazing?" he asked me later. "She seems very ambitious," I said carefully. I didn't say what I was thinking, that dreams without action are just fantasies. But I smiled and told him I was happy for him, because that's what mothers do. Within 6 months, they'd moved in together. He asked if I could help with the security deposit. Just this once, just to get them started. The apartment was nice, probably nicer than they needed. I wrote the check for $4,000 and told myself it was an investment in his happiness. She quit her job 3 months after they moved in. The boutique plan had fallen through. She needed time to regroup, to figure out her next move. My son's receptionist salary at the dental office barely covered his car payment and insurance. That's when the calls started coming more frequently. Could I help with the rent this month? The washing machine broke. Could I cover a new one? The TV was ancient, and they needed something better. Each time I said yes. Each time I transferred the money and told myself this would be the last time. But it never was. I kept a detailed ledger, not because I planned to ask for repayment, but because I'd been an accountant for too long not to track where money went. Rent, $3,000 a month. Appliances, $8,000 over 2 years. His emergency appendectomy when insurance didn't cover everything, $12,000. Furniture, groceries, car repairs, birthday gifts for her family members I'd never met. The numbers added up quietly. Like snow accumulating on a roof you don't realize is about to collapse. My son would call every few weeks, always cheerful. "How are you, Mom? We're doing great." But the exciting projects never materialized. And I kept writing checks, kept transferring money, kept telling myself that this was what love looked like. Then, 6 months ago, he called with news that made him sound happier than I'd heard in years. "Mom, we're getting married. Can you believe it?" My heart should have soared. Instead, there was this small, cold weight in my chest. "That's wonderful, sweetheart. Have you set a date?" "Not yet, but soon. We're thinking something small and intimate. Her family's really excited." "I'm excited too," I said. "Listen, Mom, about the wedding. We're going to need some help with costs. Nothing crazy, but you know how these things add up. Maybe $20,000? That should cover everything. Venue, catering, her dress. We want it to be perfect. $20,000. My entire remaining savings from the sale of the house my husband and I had bought when we were newlyweds. The house I'd sold because the memories hurt too much and because I thought my son might need the money someday. "Let me think about it," I said. "Thanks, Mom. You're the best. I knew we could count on you." After we hung up, I sat in my chair and looked at the ledger. $252,300. That's what I'd given them over 4 years. That's what my 35 years of careful saving, of denied dreams and deferred happiness had amounted to. And I'd said yes to all of it because I loved my son. And because I thought that's what mothers were supposed to do. I had no idea that I was about to learn exactly what I was worth to the people I'd sacrificed everything for. I spent 3 days thinking about that $20,000. 3 days staring at my bank account, doing the math over and over. If I gave them the money, I'd have maybe $8,000 left. $8,000 between me and complete destitution after a lifetime of work. But he was my son, and it was his wedding. On the 4th day, I called him. My hand shook as I dialed, which was ridiculous. This was my child. But something felt different now. The phone rang 4 times before someone picked up. "Hello?" It was her voice, not my son's. "Hi, it's Patricia. Is my son there? I wanted to talk to him about the wedding." There was a pause. A long one. I could hear muffled voices in the background, like she'd covered the phone with her hand. Actually, about that, her voice had changed. Cooler. More distant. The wedding already happened. 2 days ago. The world tilted. I sat down hard on my kitchen chair. "What?" "Yeah, it was beautiful. Really intimate, you know. We decided to keep it small. Just the important people. Just the important people." The words hung in the air like smoke. I don't understand. I thought, "Look, Patricia, I need to go. We're unpacking gifts, but thanks for offering to help." We ended up keeping costs down anyway. She hung up before I could respond. I sat there holding the phone for maybe 10 minutes, not moving, barely breathing. The kitchen clock ticked above me. Outside, someone's dog barked. Normal sounds in a world that had just stopped making sense. My son got married. My only child. And nobody told me. Not only did nobody tell me, they deliberately excluded me. 2 days ago, while I was grocery shopping and watching old movies, my son was getting married without me. I tried calling him. It went to voicemail. I tried again. Voicemail. On the 3rd try, I left a message. "Sweetheart, it's Mom. I talked to your wife. She said you got married? I'm confused. Can you call me back? Please?" He didn't call that day, or the next. On the 3rd day, I couldn't take it anymore. I opened social media and searched for her profile. We weren't friends on there. She'd never accepted my request from 2 years ago. but her privacy settings were loose enough that I could see her recent posts. And there it was, album after album of wedding photos. My son in a crisp navy suit, looking happier than I'd ever seen him. Her in a white dress that probably cost more than my monthly rent, surrounded by flowers and lights and people laughing. Her parents, beaming. Her siblings, dressed up and holding champagne glasses. Her grandmother in the front row dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. I scrolled through 47 photos. 47 moments of my son's most important day. The ceremony. The first kiss. The first dance. Cutting the cake. Toasts. Hugs. Joy. I wasn't in a single one. There were photos of people I'd never met. Her cousin who apparently gave a hilarious speech. Her college roommate who caught the bouquet. Even their mailman made it into a group shot. But not me. Not the woman who'd raised him alone for 10 years after his father died. Not the woman who'd given them $250,000 over 4 years. Not even a mention in the captions. I saved that phrase from one of the posts. Surrounded by the people who matter most. I wasn't one of them. At 11 p.m., I was still scrolling when my phone finally rang. His name lit up the screen. Mom, hey. Sorry I didn't call back sooner, it's been crazy. You got married. My voice came out flat. Yeah, it was amazing. Really last minute, you know how these things happen. We just wanted something simple and why wasn't I invited? Silence on the other end. Then, it wasn't like that, Mom. It was really small, super intimate. I saw the photos. There were at least 50 people there. Well, yeah, but mostly her family. They're really close, and I'm your mother. I know, Mom, but... He sighed, and in that sigh I heard frustration, like I was being difficult. Look, it just worked out this way. Okay, we'll do something with you later. Dinner or whatever. Dinner or whatever. To celebrate the wedding, I wasn't important enough to attend. Did you ever plan to tell me? That's not fair. We were going to tell you. We just needed some time to... To what? Enjoy being married without your embarrassing mother around? Mom, come on. Don't make this into something it's not. But it was something. It was everything. It was the final proof that all those years, all that money, all those sacrifices, none of it mattered. I was a bank account. A safety net. Not family. Not someone who mattered. Not one of the important people. I have to go, I said. Mom, wait. I hung up. Then I turned off my phone and sat in my dark apartment, surrounded by photos of other people's mothers who'd been deemed worthy of attending their children's weddings. And for the first time in 4 years, I started to get angry. The anger didn't come all at once. It built slowly, like water filling a bathtub. For 3 days, I went through my routine in a fog. I made coffee I didn't drink. I watched television I didn't see. I picked up the phone to call him a dozen times and set it back down. On the 4th day, I called my old friend from work, the one I'd lost touch with because I was always too busy helping my son, always too broke from supporting him to go out. Patricia! Oh my God, it's been forever! Just hearing her voice made something crack inside me. Can we meet? I need to talk to someone. We met at a diner near her house. I ordered tea and didn't touch it. She ordered pie and pushed it around her plate while I talked. I told her everything. The money, the years of support, the wedding, the exclusion, the phrase that kept echoing, just the important people. She didn't interrupt. When I finally ran out of words, she reached across the table and took my hand. Patricia, I'm going to say something you might not want to hear. I nodded, not trusting my voice. You taught him that this is okay. Every time you said yes when you should have said no, you taught him that you don't matter, that you're just there. Like a utility. He's my son. I know, but, honey, he's also a grown man who just got married without inviting his mother. A grown man who's been taking your money for years. That's not love. That's not even basic respect. I wanted to argue, to defend him. But sitting there in that booth, I realized she was right. I'd spent 4 years being a doormat, and I'd done it so thoroughly that my own son didn't see me as a person anymore. I was just mom. Always there, always giving, never important enough to matter. What do I do? I asked. She squeezed my hand. You stop. You just stop. I went home and pulled out my ledger. I spread it out on my kitchen table and really looked at it. $4,000 for the security deposit, $3,000 a month for rent, 48 months, $144,000, $8,000 for appliances, $12,000 for his surgery, $6,000 for furniture, $15,000 for groceries and utilities, $23,000 for car payments and repairs, $40,000 for miscellaneous expenses, $252,000, $300. I sat there staring at that number until the light outside changed from afternoon to evening. That was my retirement, my security, my future. And I'd handed it over piece by piece because I thought that's what love looked like. But love goes both ways. Love doesn't exclude you from the most important day of someone's life. A week passed, then 10 days. I didn't call him. He didn't call me. On day 12, my phone rang at 9 p.m., his name on the screen. I stared at it for 3 rings before answering. "Hi, Mom. How are you?" He sounded cheerful, casual, like nothing had happened. "I'm fine," I said carefully. "That's good. Listen, I'm calling because we've got a bit of a situation. The rent was due last week, and with the wedding expenses, we're stretched pretty thin. Could you cover us this month?" There it was. The real reason for the call. Not to apologize, not to explain, just to ask for money. I looked at my ledger, still spread out on the table. "Actually," I said, my voice calm, almost pleasant, "I only help important people. And I'm not one of those, remember?" The silence on the other end was deafening. "Mom, come on, don't be like that." "Like what?" "I'm just using the words your wife used. It was just for important people. I wasn't important enough for your wedding, so I assume I'm not important enough to pay your bills either." "That's not—" "Mom, you're being ridiculous. This is completely different." "Is it?" "Yes. The wedding was— Look, it was complicated, but we need help right now. The landlord is threatening to—" "That sounds serious," I interrupted. "Maybe you should ask one of the important people to help you." "Mom!" His voice rose, panic creeping in. "Are you seriously going to let us get evicted because your feelings are hurt?" "My feelings are hurt. Like I'd stubbed my toe. I've given you $252,300 over the past 4 years," I said. "I have a detailed record of every cent. And you couldn't even tell me you were getting married. You deliberately excluded me. Your wife told me to my face that I wasn't important enough to be there. She didn't mean it like that." "Then how did she mean it?" He had no answer. "I'm done," I said quietly. "I'm done being taken for granted. I'm done being used. I'm done being treated like I don't matter. You want money? Get it from someone who matters to you, because clearly that's not me. You're being incredibly selfish right now. We're family. Family invites each other to weddings." I hung up before he could respond. Then I turned off my phone, poured myself a glass of wine, and sat at my kitchen table. For the first time in years, I felt free. The calls started the next morning. 7 missed calls before I even woke up. Texts filling my screen. His wife's number appeared too, which was new. She'd never called me directly before. I made coffee and ignored them all. Around noon, my friend called. "Just checking on you. How are you holding up?" "Better than I expected," I said. There was no guilt, no second guessing, just a strange, light feeling, like I'd set down something heavy. Good. Don't let him guilt you back into it. I won't. But as the messages kept coming, increasingly desperate, then angry, then desperate again, I realized saying no once wasn't enough. They'd keep asking. Eventually, if I didn't do something permanent, I'd be right back where I started. That evening, I sat down at my computer. I'd kept handwritten records, but this needed to be official, professional, undeniable. I worked for 6 hours, inputting every transaction, every rent payment with the date and amount, every appliance with receipt numbers, every grocery run, utility payment, car repair, the emergency room visit, the furniture deliveries, even Christmas gifts for her family. When I was done, I had 48 months of financial support, itemized and dated. At the top, financial assistance provided January 2021, December 2024. At the bottom, total $252,300. I printed it on crisp white paper, 10 pages of proof that I wasn't crazy. This was real money. This was my life. Then I did something unthinkable a week ago. I called a lawyer. His office was small, tucked between a dry cleaner and a tax service. He was maybe 50, with kind eyes. "So," he said after I'd explained everything, "you want to protect what you have left?" "Yes. I want to make sure they can't come after me for more." He looked at my financial statement, nodding. "You kept excellent records. Here's the situation. These were gifts legally. You can't force repayment without a written agreement, but you can protect your remaining assets. I'd recommend a trust, changing your will, and establishing clear boundaries." "How much?" "About $3,000 for everything. $3,000. But losing another $200,000 felt like more. Let's do it." Over 2 weeks, I met with him 3 times. We set up a trust for my remaining savings. We updated my will. Everything would go to charity now. We changed my banking passwords. I even changed the locks on my apartment. The calls stopped by day 5. I figured they'd either found help elsewhere or found a way to make it work. Then, 3 weeks after our last call, my doorbell rang. I looked through the peephole. My son stood there, looking terrible. Unshaven, wrinkled clothes, dark circles under his eyes. The old instinct kicked in. My baby needs help. I took a breath and opened the door but kept the chain on. Mom, please. We need to talk. I think we've said everything. We're being evicted. The landlord gave us until Friday. We have nowhere to go. Part of me wanted to ask about the important people, but I didn't. You have 2 days to figure something out. That's more time than you gave me to prepare for not being invited to your wedding. Mom, please. I made you something. I closed the door, unlatched the chain, and opened it again, holding the printed statement. This is a record of every dollar I've given you. $252,300. I want you to have it. Not because I expect repayment, but because I want you to see exactly what you threw away. He took the papers with shaking hands. I also want you to know that I've protected my assets. Everything is in a trust now. My will has been changed. Even if something happens to me, you won't get anything. That money will go to people and organizations that actually value what I have to give. Mom, you can't. I can. And I have. I've also changed my locks. Your key won't work anymore. His face crumpled. You're really doing this? You're choosing money over your own son? A week ago, that would have destroyed me. But now, looking at this man who'd taken everything and still treated me like I didn't matter, I felt nothing but calm. No, I said quietly. You chose money over your mother when you took $250,000 and couldn't even tell me you were getting married. When you let your wife call me unimportant. When you called me selfish for being hurt. I'm not choosing money. I'm choosing myself. Finally. I stepped back and closed the door. Through it, I heard him calling my name, then footsteps retreating. I sat on my couch and waited for the guilt to come. It didn't. Instead, there was just quiet. Just peace. For the first time in 10 years, I didn't feel like I owed anyone anything. I didn't hear from them for 6 weeks. 6 weeks of silence that felt strange at first, then peaceful, then normal. I fell into a new routine, or maybe an old one, from before my son met her. I went to the library, I took walks in the park, I had coffee with my friend from work once a week. She asked about him sometimes, carefully, like she was afraid I'd break. Do you know what happened? After the eviction? No, I said. And I'm okay with that. It was true. There was a time when not knowing would have eaten me alive, when I would have driven by their apartment just to check, or called mutual acquaintances to find out. But that person felt like someone else now. Someone who'd confused self-sacrifice with love. The news came anyway, through an unexpected source. I was at the grocery store reaching for a can of soup when I heard a familiar voice behind me. Patricia? I turned. It was her mother. The woman who'd been front and center in all those wedding photos. Dabbing at her eyes while her daughter got married. The woman whose family I'd bought Christmas gifts for, expensive things they'd specifically requested. Oh, hello. She looked uncomfortable, shifting her shopping basket from one arm to the other. I just wanted to say, I heard what happened, with the wedding and the money and everything. I wanted you to know that I didn't know they weren't inviting you. If I had known, I would have said something. I doubted that, but I appreciated the gesture. It's in the past, I said. They're not doing well, she continued, and I could hear the judgment in her voice. Not judgment of them, judgment of me. They had to move, lost their apartment. They're in a terrible neighborhood now, and they both have to work multiple jobs just to make rent. She said it like it was my fault. Like I was supposed to feel guilty. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, and I meant it. Not sorry enough to help, but sorry that it had come to this. Sorry that my son had made choices that led him here. My daughter is cleaning offices at night. Your son is working retail. They're struggling, Patricia. So am I said quietly. I'm 60 years old, living on a fixed income, trying to rebuild my savings after giving them $250,000. We're all struggling. The difference is I didn't exclude them from my life and then ask them for money. Her face flushed. Family is supposed to help each other. You're absolutely right. Family is supposed to help each other. Family is also supposed to invite each other to weddings. I walked away before she could respond, my hands shaking slightly as I pushed my cart. But it wasn't guilt making them shake. It was anger. Anger that even now, Even after everything, people expected me to be the one who gave, the one who sacrificed, the one who put everyone else first. At home, I thought about what she'd said. They'd lost the apartment. They were both working multiple jobs, living in a bad neighborhood. Part of me, the old part, the mother part, wanted to call, wanted to help, wanted to make it better, but I didn't, because helping wouldn't make it better. It would just teach them that they could treat me however they wanted, and I'd still be there with my wallet open. Instead, I did something I'd been putting off. I went through the photos on my phone and deleted every picture of the wedding I'd saved that terrible night when I'd scrolled through her social media. I deleted his number from my favorites. I took down the framed photo of him that had sat on my mantle for 30 years. Him as a little boy, gap-toothed and happy, before life got complicated. I put it in a box in my closet. Not thrown away, but not on display either. Somewhere in between. That weekend, my friend invited me to a pottery class. I know it sounds weird, she said, but it's actually really fun. And there's a guy there who I think you'd like. Recently widowed, nice smile. I don't know. Patricia, you're 60, not 90. You're allowed to have a life. So I went. And she was right, it was fun. The clay was cool and smooth under my hands. The instructor was patient. And yes, there was a man there with a nice smile who asked if I wanted to get coffee sometime after class. I said yes. On the way home, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. It took me a moment to realize it was my son. He must have gotten a new phone. Or been texting from someone else's. Mom, please, we need help. Just this once. I'll pay you back. Just this once. Like he hadn't said that 48 times before. Like I hadn't heard those exact words every month for 4 years. I typed back, I wish you the best. But I can't help you financially anymore. I hope you understand. Then I blocked the number. That night I couldn't sleep. Not from guilt, but from a strange mix of emotions I couldn't name. Loss, maybe. Grief for something that had never really existed. The relationship I'd thought I had with my son versus the one we'd actually had. But underneath that, something else. Something lighter. Freedom. The next morning I woke up and made myself a nice breakfast. Eggs, toast, coffee. I took my time with it, sitting at my small kitchen table, looking out the window at the tree that was just starting to bud with spring leaves. My phone was silent. My conscience was clear. My bank account was protected. And for the first time in longer than I could remember, my life was my own. Spring turned into summer, and I started to recognize myself again. Not the person I'd been before my husband died, but someone new. Someone learning what it meant to live for herself. The pottery class became a regular Thursday event. I wasn't particularly good, my bowls were lopsided, but there was something satisfying about creating something with my hands. Ben, the man with the nice smile, asked me out for coffee after the third class. We talked for 2 hours about books, places we'd been, the challenges of learning pottery at our age. He made me laugh. I'd forgotten what that felt like. Would you like to do this again? He asked. I would, I said, surprised by how much I meant it. My friend was delighted. See? You're allowed to be happy. It feels strange, I admitted. Like I'm doing something wrong. That's because you spent so long thinking happiness meant everyone else being happy. You forgot you're included in everyone. I thought about that a lot. How I'd spent years believing my purpose was to smooth the path for my son, even if it made mine harder. And how that had warped into something toxic that hurt us both. On a Tuesday afternoon, I was coming back from the library when I saw them. My son and his wife, getting out of an old sedan at the grocery store across from my building. They looked exhausted. She wore a cleaning service uniform. He wore the red polo of a retail chain. I watched from my window as they went inside. Part of me wondered if they'd see me, come looking for me. But they didn't. They just bought groceries. Not much, just a few bags, and drove away. I felt sad. Not guilty, but genuinely sad that it had come to this. That the relationship between mother and son had broken down so completely. But I also felt relieved. Relieved that I'd gotten out. Relieved that I wasn't standing there with my checkbook open. That evening, Ben called. There's a concert in the park this Saturday. Would you like to go? I started to say no, but then I stopped myself. When was the last time I'd said yes to something just because it sounded fun? I'd love to, I said. The concert was lovely. We sat on a blanket, eating sandwiches and listening to a local jazz band. Ben knew all about jazz. His late wife had been a fan. And he told me stories about different musicians and styles. You're easy to be around, he said as we were packing up. So are you. I wasn't sure I'd ever feel this way again. After she died, I thought that was it for me, that I'd had my chance at happiness. I know what you mean. but you're proof that there can be more. Aren't you? More chances. More possibilities. I thought about that on the walk home. More chances. More possibilities. For so long, I'd believed my life was about supporting someone else's possibilities. 3 months after I'd closed the door on my son, I took another step. I joined a community garden co-op, something I'd always wanted to do but never had time for. Now there were. My plot was small, just 10 by 10 feet, but it was mine. I planted tomatoes and herbs just like I'd dreamed about. Every morning I'd walk to the garden and check on my plants. I'd pull weeds, water when needed, and chat with other gardeners. One of them, an older woman, became a friend. She'd been gardening for 40 years. "You're a natural," she said one day. "I don't know about that. Half my basil died last week." "Basil's fickle. But look at those tomatoes. They're thriving because you're paying attention." In August, my first tomatoes ripened. Small and not perfectly round, but mine. I picked them carefully and brought them home, where I made a simple salad. Just tomatoes, basil from the garden, olive oil, and salt. It was the best thing I'd ever tasted. That night, Ben came over for dinner. First time I'd invited him to my apartment. I was nervous, fussing over the small space. "It's perfect," he said. "It feels like you." We ate my tomato salad and talked about our days. He told me about his daughter who lived across the country. I told him about the garden, about how strange and wonderful it felt to have time that was just mine. "Do you ever hear from your son?" he asked carefully. "No, and I think that's for the best right now. It must be hard, though." "It is, but not as hard as it was to keep giving pieces of myself away until there was nothing left." He reached across the table and took my hand. "I'm glad you saved some pieces for yourself." As autumn approached, I realized I'd been living this new life for almost 6 months. 6 months of pottery classes and garden work and quiet dinners with Ben. 6 months of learning to say no when I meant no, and yes when I meant yes. And it felt good. It felt right. It felt like coming home to myself after a very long absence. October brought cooler weather and a phone call I hadn't expected. Not from my son directly, but from a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. "Patricia, it's me. Please don't hang up." My son's voice, quieter than I remembered, tired. "I'm listening," I said, keeping my voice neutral. "I got a new phone, new number. Had to downgrade the plan to something cheaper." He paused. "I know you blocked my old one. I understand why." I didn't respond, just waited. "I've been thinking a lot, about everything, about the wedding and the money and how I treated you. And I wanted to say, I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry." The words I'd been waiting months to hear. But they felt hollow somehow, empty, like he was reading from a script. "Why now?" I asked. "Because I finally get it. What I did. What we did. I read through that statement you gave me, Patricia. All those numbers. I sat down and really looked at it. $252,000. That's not just money. That's your entire life." Yes, it was. I didn't see it before. Or maybe I didn't want to see it. She kept saying you were happy to help, that this was what mothers do, that you had plenty. And I believed her because it was easier than admitting we were using you. You were using me. I know. His voice cracked. I know. And I'm so ashamed, Mom. When we got evicted, when we had to move to this tiny apartment in a bad neighborhood, when I had to take that retail job and she had to clean offices at night, that's when I started to understand what you gave up for us, what you sacrificed. I sat down on my couch, gripping the phone. Part of me wanted to soften, to tell him it was okay, to fall back into old patterns. But I didn't. "Where is she in all this?" I asked. "Your wife." Another pause. "We're not doing well. The marriage, I mean. Turns out she's not very good at being poor. Her family won't help us. They're embarrassed by how we ended up. And she blames me for that. Says I should have kept you on the hook." Kept me on the hook. Her words, not mine. That's when I realized she never cared about me. Not really. She cared about what I could provide. And when I couldn't provide anymore, when there was no more money coming from you, she started looking at me differently. I felt sad for him, genuinely sad. But I also felt vindicated. I'd seen this coming years ago, and he'd chosen to ignore it. "I'm sorry you're going through that," I said. "But I'm not going to help you financially. That door is closed." "I know. I'm not calling for money. I'm calling because I want to try to fix this. Us. If it's even possible. I don't know if it is. Can we at least try? Can we meet somewhere? Just to talk?" I thought about it for a long moment. Was I ready for this? Did I even want this? Or was this just another manipulation, a different approach to get what he wanted? I need to think about it, I said finally. Give me some time. Okay. I understand. Thank you for not hanging up. After we disconnected, I sat for a while in the quiet apartment. My first instinct was to call him back, to set up that meeting immediately. But I'd learned something over the past 6 months. To pause. To think. To not react from old patterns. Instead, I called Ben. He called, I said when he answered. My son. He wants to meet. He apologized. How do you feel about that? I don't know. Suspicious? Hopeful? Both? Both make sense. What do you want to do? That's the thing. I don't know what I want. For so long, I wanted him to see what he'd done, to apologize, to acknowledge it. And now he has, and I feel nothing. Or not nothing, but not what I expected. Maybe the relationship you had is gone, Ben said gently. And if you do rebuild something, it'll have to be different. New. I don't know if I have the energy for that. Then don't decide tonight. Sleep on it. See how you feel in the morning. I did sleep on it. Several nights, actually. And slowly, I came to a realization. I didn't owe him forgiveness. I didn't owe him a relationship. But I also didn't owe it to myself to stay angry forever. A week after his call, I texted him. We can meet. Coffee shop on Maple Street. Saturday at 2 p.m., 1 hour. He responded immediately. Thank you. I'll be there. Saturday came. I arrived early, got myself tea, and sat at a table by the window. My hands were steady. My heart was calm. If he didn't show, I'd finish my tea and go home. If he did, I'd listen. But I wouldn't make promises. I wouldn't make commitments. I would just be present and see what happened. At 2 p.m. exactly, he walked in. He looked different. Thinner. Older. Like the past year had aged him in ways that went beyond time. He sat down across from me, and for a moment, neither of us spoke. Thank you for coming, he said finally. I almost didn't. I wouldn't have blamed you. We sat in awkward silence. Then he pulled something from his pocket, a folded piece of paper. I wrote everything down, everything I want to say, because I was afraid I'd mess it up if I tried to just talk. He unfolded it with shaking hands and started to read. He cleared his throat and began to read, his voice unsteady. Mom, I've spent months trying to figure out when everything went wrong. When I stopped seeing you as my mother and started seeing you as a solution to my problems. I think it was gradual. Little requests that became bigger ones. And somewhere along the way, I forgot that you were a person with your own needs, your own dreams, your own life. He paused, swallowing hard. I let her convince me that you wanted to help, that you had plenty, that it was insulting not to accept your money. But that was bullshit. I knew it was wrong. Every time I called asking for rent money, I felt this knot in my stomach. But I pushed it down because it was easier than being an adult. His hands shook, making the paper tremble. The wedding was the worst of it. She told me you'd be uncomfortable around her family, that you were too simple, too different. And I let her say those things. I let her exclude you because I was too weak to stand up for you. I sat very still, listening. When you cut us off, I was angry. I thought you were being petty. But that night, after you gave me that statement, I sat in my car and read every line, every date, every amount. And I realized you weren't choosing money over family. I had chosen money over family, years ago. He looked up at me, eyes red. Losing the apartment was hard. Taking these jobs is humiliating. Living in that neighborhood is scary. But you know what the hardest part is? Knowing I did this to myself. That I had a mother who loved me enough to give me everything, and I threw it away because I was selfish and weak. He folded the paper. I'm not asking you to forgive me. I'm not asking for money. I'm not even asking for a relationship if you don't want one. I just needed you to know that I understand now. What I took from you. What I destroyed. And I'm sorry. The coffee shop felt very quiet. I took a sip of my tea, buying time to think. Thank you for saying that, I said finally. I believe you mean it. I believe you've learned something. I have. I swear I have. But I need you to understand something. The relationship we had before, that's gone. I can't go back to being the person who solves all your problems. That version of me doesn't exist anymore. He nodded. I know. I don't want that either. What do you want? He thought about it. I want to know you. Not as mom who gives me money, but as Patricia. As a person. I realized I don't know anything about you. What you like to do. What makes you happy. I spent 30 years taking from you and never once asked what you needed. I joined a pottery class, I said. And a community garden. I'm dating someone. His eyes widened. You are? His name is Ben. He's a good man. He makes me laugh. That's great, Mom. Really great. I'm happy for you. Are you? Or are you just saying that? No, I mean it. You deserve to be happy. I studied his face, looking for manipulation, hidden agendas, but all I saw was exhaustion and genuine remorse. If we're going to try this, I said slowly, there have to be rules. No asking for money, ever. No guilt trips. No emergencies that require my help. You handle your own life. I'm not your safety net anymore. I understand. And it's going to be slow. Maybe we meet for coffee once a month. Maybe we talk sometimes. But I need you to respect my boundaries. If I say I need space, you give me space. I will, I promise. And your wife, I don't trust her. I don't think I ever will. So if we rebuild something, it's between you and me, not her. He looked down. We're probably getting divorced. She's been looking into it. Turns out when you marry someone for money and the money disappears, there's not much left. I'm sorry. Don't be. You were right about her. I should have listened. We sat in silence, not comfortable but not hostile. Just two people trying to figure out how to be in the same space. Can I ask you something? He said finally. What? Are you happy? Now, I mean? In your life without me in it? It was a fair question. Yes, I said honestly. I am. For the first time in a very long time, I'm happy. And that's why I need you to understand that if we do this, if we try to rebuild, it can't be at the cost of what I've built for myself. My happiness doesn't depend on you anymore. And it can't. That's how it should be, he said quietly. That's how it always should have been. We left together, standing awkwardly on the sidewalk. He looked like he wanted to hug me but wasn't sure if he should. Thank you for meeting with me, he said. You're welcome. I'll text you. In a few weeks, maybe. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. I walked to my car alone, got in, and sat for a moment. I felt lighter somehow. Not because everything was fixed. It wasn't. But because I'd held my ground. I'd listened without giving in. I'd offered a possibility without offering promises. And for now, that was enough. 3 weeks passed before I texted him. Not because I was punishing him, but because I needed that time to be sure I wasn't falling back into old patterns. When I finally sent the message, coffee next Saturday if you're free, his response came within minutes. This time when we met, there was less tension. He'd gotten a haircut. He looked tired still, but more put together. He bought his own coffee and didn't ask me for anything. How have you been? I asked. Okay, I guess. Still working at the store. Still living in that apartment. But I'm managing. He paused. She moved out last week. Her parents are letting her stay with them while we figure out the divorce. How do you feel about that? Honestly? Relieved. The last few months have been terrible. Constant fighting. It's quieter now. We talked for 45 minutes. Not about the past, not about money, but about small things. He told me about a customer at work. I told him about my pottery class, about the bowl I'd finally made that didn't collapse. When we said goodbye, it felt less awkward, like maybe this could work. A month later, we met again. Then again the month after that. Slowly, carefully, we started to know each other as people rather than as mother and son locked in a pattern of give and take. He never asked for money, not once. Even when I could tell he was struggling, when he mentioned needing new work shoes, when he talked about skipping meals, he never asked. And I appreciated that more than I could say. In February, 6 months after our first coffee meeting, he called me on a Sunday afternoon. Hi, Mom. I hope it's okay that I'm calling. It's fine. What's up? I just wanted to tell you something. I got promoted at the store, assistant manager. It comes with a raise. And I wanted you to be one of the first people to know. There was pride in his voice. Genuine pride in something he'd accomplished himself. That's wonderful, I said. And I meant it. It feels good to earn something, you know? To have something that's mine because I worked for it. After we hung up, I realized I was smiling. Not because of the promotion itself, but because he'd called to share good news, not bad. He'd called because he wanted to, not because he needed something. Spring came again. Almost a full year since I'd closed the door on him. Ben and I had gotten more serious. My garden was thriving. My pottery was improving. Life felt full. In April, my son invited me to his apartment. I'd like you to see where I live. No pressure, but I think it would be good. I was nervous driving there. The neighborhood was rough. The building was old. But when he opened the door, I was surprised. It was small, tiny really, but it was clean. He'd made an effort. Plants on the windowsill, books on a secondhand shelf, a photo of his father on the table, the same one I kept in my closet. "It's not much," he said, "but it's mine. I pay for it myself." "It's nice," I said. "It's honest." We had dinner together, spaghetti he'd made himself. We talked about his job, my garden, Ben, his therapy sessions. "You're in therapy?" I asked. "Yeah. Started a few months ago. Sliding scale clinic nearby." I needed to figure out a lot of things. About myself. About why I made the choices I made. "That's really good. I'm proud of you for doing that." As I was leaving, he walked me to my car. "Mom, can I ask you something?" "Sure. Do you think we'll ever get back to normal? Like, will we ever have the relationship we had before?" I thought carefully. "No," I said finally. "That relationship was broken. It wasn't healthy for either of us. But maybe we can have something better. Something where we're both whole people who choose to be in each other's lives." He nodded slowly. "I think I'd like that better anyway." Me too. Driving home, I felt something settle in my chest. Not quite forgiveness. That was still too big. Too complicated. But maybe acceptance. Acceptance that he'd hurt me. Acceptance that he was trying to change. Acceptance that we were both imperfect people doing our best. That night, I called Ben and told him about the visit. "Sounds like progress," he said. "It is. Slow progress. But that's okay. Fast is what got us into trouble in the first place." 2 months later, in June, my son showed up at the community garden. I looked up from my tomato plants, and there he was, standing at the entrance looking uncertain. "I hope it's okay that I came," he said. "You mentioned you were here on Saturday mornings. I wanted to see it." Ruth, my gardening friend, gave me a questioning look. I nodded. I showed him around. The tomatoes I'd planted, the herbs that were finally thriving, the small plot that had become my sanctuary. "It's nice here," he said. "Peaceful." "It is. I can see why you love it." We stood there together in the morning sun, surrounded by growing things, and for the first time in a very long time, it felt like we might actually make it through this. Not back to what we were, but forward to something new. August brought changes. My son's divorce was finalized. He called to tell me, his voice steady, "It's done. We signed the papers yesterday. How do you feel?" Relieved mostly. We didn't have much to divide. She took the car. I kept the furniture. It was quick. "And how is she doing?" He paused. "I don't know. She unfriended me on everything. I heard she's working at her dad's office now." I didn't say what I was thinking, that she'd landed on her feet, just like I'd expected. "Are you okay?" I asked instead. "Yeah, I am. It's strange. I thought I loved her, but I think I mostly loved the idea of being taken care of having someone who made me feel like I was more than I was. You were always more than you were. You just couldn't see it. I'm starting to see it now." We talked for a while longer, and when we hung up, I felt something shift. He was handling this, really handling it, without me swooping in to fix things. He was becoming an adult finally, at 31. That same week, Ben and I were having dinner at his place when he reached across the table and took my hand. "I've been thinking," he said, "about us, about the future. I know we're both older, we've both been married before, but I'd like more of this. More dinners, more mornings together, more life together. Are you asking me to move in with you? I'm asking you to think about it. No pressure." But yes, I looked at him. This kind, patient man who'd never asked me for anything except my company, who laughed at my lopsided pottery and helped me weed my garden. "I'd like that," I said. "I'd like that a lot." We decided to take it slow. I'd keep my apartment for a few months while we tried living together. But the decision felt right. Solid. Like something I was choosing because I wanted it. In September, I told my son about Ben and the plan to move in together. We were having lunch near his work. "That's great, Mom. Really great. I'm happy for you." "You sure?" "It's okay if it's weird." "It's not weird. You deserve to be happy. You deserve someone who treats you well." He smiled. "Can I meet him sometime? Officially? You want to meet him?" "Yeah. If that's okay. I'd like to know the person who makes you smile like that." We set up a dinner for the following week. I was nervous, but it went well. Ben was warm without being pushy. My son was respectful and genuinely interested. They talked about baseball, about books, about everything. And watching them interact, I realized I'd built this new life, these new relationships. I'd built it from the ruins of what I'd lost. In October, almost exactly 2 years after the wedding that changed everything, I signed the lease termination on my apartment. I was really doing this. The night before the move, I sat in my empty apartment one last time. I'd lived here 8 years. This was where I'd grieved my husband, where I'd enabled my son, where I'd hit rock bottom and then climbed back up. My phone buzzed. A text from my son. Need any help with the move tomorrow? I smiled. Ben's got it covered. But thank you for offering. Okay. Proud of you, Mom. I know that's weird to say, but I am. I looked at that message for a long time. Proud of you. When was the last time someone had said that to me? The next day, as Ben and I carried boxes into his house, our house now, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Not just happiness or relief, it was possibility. The sense that life wasn't over, that there were still chances to grow, to change, to become, that 61 wasn't the end of anything. It was just another beginning. That evening, after everything was unpacked, Ben and I sat on the back porch with glasses of wine. The sun was setting, painting the sky orange and pink. How does it feel? He asked. Like coming home, I said. Like I've been walking a long time and finally found a place to rest. You can rest here as long as you want. I know. Thank you. We sat in comfortable silence, and I thought about how far I'd come. From that terrible phone call 2 years ago, it was just for important people, to this moment. From feeling worthless to feeling valued. From giving everything away to keeping enough for myself. The road hadn't been easy. There had been nights I'd cried, days I'd doubted myself, moments when I'd wanted to give in, but I hadn't. I'd held firm, and look where it had led me. My phone buzzed again. Another text from my son. Dinner next week? I'd like to hear about the new place. Sounds good. Wednesday? Perfect. I put my phone away and reached for Ben's hand. Somewhere in the distance, crickets were singing. The air smelled like autumn. And for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't worried about tomorrow. I was just here, in this moment, exactly where I belonged. Thanksgiving arrived with an invitation I hadn't expected. Would you and Ben like to come to my place for dinner? My son asked during one of our monthly coffee meetings. I know it's not much, and I'm not the best cook, but I'd like to try. I looked at him across the table. He was nervous. His hands were fidgeting with his coffee cup. We'd love to, I said. What can we bring? Nothing. I want to do this. I've been watching cooking videos. I think I can pull it off. Ben and I arrived at his apartment on Thanksgiving afternoon. The building still looked rough, but when my son opened the door, the apartment was transformed. He'd cleaned everything until it sparkled. There were candles on the table, music playing softly, and something that actually smelled good was cooking in the tiny kitchen. Wow, I said. You've been busy. I wanted it to be nice. Come in. The dinner wasn't perfect. The turkey was a little dry, the mashed potatoes lumpy, but he'd tried. Really tried. And sitting there at his small table, eating food he'd made with his own money, in an apartment he paid for himself, I felt something I hadn't felt in years. Pride. Pure, uncomplicated pride in my son. This is really good, Ben said, and he meant it. You did a great job. Thanks. I've been practicing. Turns out cooking for yourself is cheaper than takeout. He smiled, self-aware in a way he hadn't been before. After dinner, while Ben helped with dishes, my son pulled me aside. Mom, I wanted to talk to you about something. My stomach tightened instinctively. Old habits. What is it? Nothing bad, I promise. I just wanted to tell you that I've been saving money. Not a lot, but some. And when I'm in a better place financially, like, a lot better, I want to try to pay you back. Not all of it. I know I can never pay back everything, but something. As a gesture, I shook my head. You don't have to do that. I know I don't have to, but I want to. Not now, obviously, but someday, when I can. I want you to know that I see it. The debt. The real debt. Not just the money. And I'm trying to be worthy of a second chance. I looked at this man, my son, but also someone new. Someone still figuring it out, but at least trying. You're already worthy, I said quietly. The fact that you're thinking about it, that you're working on yourself, that's enough. I don't need the money back. I need you to be okay, to be healthy, to build a life that makes you happy. I'm getting there, slowly, but I'm getting there. Ben called from the kitchen, and the moment passed. But it stayed with me through the rest of the evening, through the pie my son had bought from a bakery, through the comfortable conversation. As we were leaving, my son hugged me, a real hug, not the awkward sidearm thing we'd been doing. A full, tight hug. Thank you for coming, he said. Thank you for giving me a chance to do this. Thank you for inviting us. In the car on the way home, Ben reached over and took my hand. That went well, he said. It did. Better than I expected. He's a good kid. Making his way. He is. Finally. We drove in silence, and then Ben asked the question I'd been asking myself all evening. Do you forgive him? Completely, I mean. I thought about it. Really thought about it. I don't know if forgiveness is the right word. It's more like acceptance, maybe. I accept that he hurt me. I accept that he's trying to change. I accept that we'll never have the relationship we had before. And that's okay because that relationship wasn't healthy anyway. That's probably healthier than forgiveness. Maybe. All I know is that sitting there tonight, watching him try so hard, I didn't feel angry anymore. I didn't feel used. I just felt like a mom watching her son grow up, even if it's happening later than it should have. At home, I changed into comfortable clothes and made tea. Ben was already in bed reading. I sat on the couch for a while, thinking about the past 2 years. 2 years since that terrible phone call. 2 years since I discovered I wasn't important enough to be invited to my own son's wedding. 2 years since I'd made the hardest decision of my life. If someone had told me then where I'd be now, living with a wonderful man, having regular coffee dates with my son, feeling genuinely happy, I wouldn't have believed them. The pain had been too fresh. But here I was, healed. Not perfectly, not completely, but healed enough to live fully, to love cautiously, to hope realistically. My phone buzzed. A text from my son. Thanks again for coming today. It meant a lot. Also, forgot to tell you, I got another promotion. Department manager now. Can I tell you about it over coffee next week? I smiled as I typed back. Congratulations, I'm proud of you. Coffee sounds great. And I meant it. All of it. The congratulations, the pride, the willingness to hear about his life. Because somewhere along the way, in the slow, painful process of rebuilding, we'd found something new. Not what we had before, but something better. Something based on respect and boundaries and mutual effort. Something real. I finished my tea, turned off the lights, and went to bed. Tomorrow I'd go to my garden. Tomorrow I'd work on my pottery. Tomorrow I'd have a life that was mine, full of people who chose to be in it, and whom I chose in return. Tomorrow, and all the tomorrows after that, I'd be okay. Better than okay. I'd be free. 1 year later, I stood in the backyard of the small house Ben and I had bought together. Not the countryside estate I'd once dreamed of, but something better. Something chosen together, affordable and comfortable. The garden was thriving. My tomatoes were legendary now. I'd expanded beyond vegetables into flowers, and the yard was full of color. Mom, we're here. I turned to see my son coming through the gate, carrying a dish covered in foil. Behind him was a woman I'd met twice before, someone he'd been dating for 6 months. She was kind, sensible, and had her own job. Hi, sweetheart. Come in. Ben just pulled the turkey out. It had become a tradition. Thanksgiving at our place. My son bringing a dish he'd made himself. Conversation that flowed easily, without tension. As we ate, I watched him interact with his girlfriend. The way he listened when she talked. The way he offered to help without being asked. The way he split the check when they went out. She'd mentioned it once. Proudly. He'd grown up. Finally. Fully grown up at 32. After dinner, my son helped me clean up. How's work? I asked. Really good. They're talking about promoting me to regional manager. It would mean a raise and a company car. He paused. It feels good, you know? Earning it. I'm proud of you. I know. You tell me every time. He smiled. But I never get tired of hearing it. He put down the dish he was drying. Mom, I need to tell you something. I've been in therapy for 2 years now, and my therapist thinks I'm ready to make amends properly. Not just apologizing, but making things right where I can. My heart beat faster. Okay. I've been saving money. A little every month. I have $5,000 set aside, and I want to give it to you. Not as payment for what you gave me, I know I can never repay that. But as a gesture. To show I understand what you sacrificed. Sweetheart, you don't have to. Please. Let me do this. For me, not for you. I need to know I'm not that person anymore. The person who only took. I need to be someone who gives back. I looked at him. The boy who'd been so lost was gone. In his place stood a man who understood responsibility, who valued relationships over money, who was building a life based on integrity. Okay, I said softly. If it's important to you. It is. Thank you. He pulled an envelope from his jacket and handed it to me. Inside was a check for $5,000 and a handwritten letter. Don't read it now, he said quickly. Read it later. When you're alone. That night, after everyone had left and Ben had gone to bed, I sat in my favorite chair and opened the letter. The words blurred through my tears. He apologized for everything. The using, the wedding, treating me like a bank instead of a person. He thanked me for loving him enough to stop enabling him. He promised he was different now. He said he was grateful for the second chance and proud to be my son. I read it 3 times. Tears of grief for what was lost, joy for what was found, and relief that we'd both survived. In the morning, I deposited the check. Not because I needed it, but because accepting it was part of his healing. I used part of it to take Ben on a trip. The rest went into savings. Not for emergencies or other people, but for me. That afternoon, sitting in my garden with dirt under my fingernails and sun on my face, I thought about the price I'd paid for my dignity. $252,000. Years of being used. The pain of being excluded from my own son's wedding. It had been expensive. Devastatingly so. But sitting there in my garden, in the home I shared with someone who loved me, with a son who'd finally learned what it meant to be a man, with a life that was fully mine, I realized something. I'd paid the price. But what I'd bought with it was priceless. My freedom, my self-respect, my understanding that I deserved to be treated with dignity, my knowledge that I was enough, all by myself. The wedding had happened 3 years ago. 3 years since I'd learned I wasn't important enough. 3 years of pain and growth and slow, careful healing. And now, looking at my life, really looking at it, I could say with complete honesty, I was important. I always had been. I just finally learned to see it. My phone buzzed. A text from my son. Thanks for today. I love you. I smiled and typed back. I love you too. See you next month? Wouldn't miss it. I put my phone away and went back to my garden. There were tomatoes to pick, herbs to trim, and a whole life to live. And for the first time in longer than I could remember, that life was entirely, beautifully, perfectly mine.
My girlfriend said, "Your PTSD from the military is embarrassing. Get over it." I went silent. Then every veteran in my unit showed up to help me move out. Her apologizing to 15 decorated soldiers on her doorstep. Original post. I, 31 male, served 3 tours in Afghanistan with the 82nd Airborne. Got out 4 years ago. Been dealing with PTSD since, therapy twice a week, medication, the whole 9 yards. Not going to sugarcoat it. Some days are rough. Fireworks season is hell. Crowded spaces make me sweat. Sometimes I wake up thinking I'm still over there. My girlfriend Brittany, 29, and I have been together for 2 years, living together for 8 months. At first, she was understanding. Said all the right things about supporting veterans, thanked me for my service, the usual. But lately, that facade's been cracking. Last Tuesday was the breaking point. Had a rough night. Thunderstorm triggered something. Woke up in a panic around 3 a.m. Brittany found me in the living room, just sitting there trying to breathe through it. Jesus Christ, Jake again? This is getting ridiculous. Sorry, I'll go back to... No, you know what? I'm done pretending this is normal. You've been out for 4 years. 4 years. My ex was in the National Guard, and he's fine. You're just milking this for attention. I just stared at her. What? It's true. You embarrass me in public when you freak out over nothing. My friends think you're unstable. Hell, maybe you are. Real men don't fall apart over thunder. Brittany, you know what happened over there. I don't care what happened. Everyone has trauma. You don't see me crying about my parents' divorce 20 years later. Your PTSD is embarrassing. Get over it or get out. I didn't say anything. Just nodded, got up, and went back to bed. She thought she'd won. She had no idea what was coming. Update 1, 2 days later. Haven't said much to Brittany since Tuesday. She's been acting like everything's normal, probably thinking I'm finally manning up or whatever. Meanwhile, I've been busy. See, my old unit has a group chat. We check in on each other, share job opportunities, bust balls, the usual veteran stuff. Wednesday morning, I posted what Brittany said. The response was intense. Rodriguez, she said what? Thompson, brother, you need help moving? Williams, I got a truck. Kowalski, I got Thursday off. Martinez, disrespecting a combat vet's medical condition? Nah. Johnson, what's your address? Within 2 hours, 15 guys from various parts of my service had coordinated a full extraction operation. Half of them lived within a 3-hour drive. The others were planning to take time off work. My squad leader, Sergeant First Class Mitchell, retired, called me directly. Jake, that true what you posted? Yes, Sarge. You got a place to go? My brother said I can crash with him. Good. We'll be there Saturday, 0800. Full team. We're getting you out. Sarge, you don't have to. Son, did I stutter? You think we leave men behind? Old habits die hard. No, Sergeant. Damn right. And Jake, that woman disrespected every one of us who came back different. This isn't just about you anymore. Meanwhile, Brittany's been going about her life, making plans for the weekend. Even asked if I wanted to check out some new brunch place Sunday. Maybe, I said. She smiled, probably thinking she'd broken me. Saturday's going to be interesting. Update 2, Thursday evening. The universe has a sense of humor. Brittany's dad called me today. Jim's a good dude, Vietnam vet, Purple Heart recipient. We've always gotten along. Jake, my daughter, giving you trouble? Why do you ask? Because she called complaining that you've been moody and distant. That's not you. What did she do? I told him, word for word. The silence on the other end was deafening. She said that? My daughter said that to you? Yes, sir. Jesus Christ. Jake, I'm sorry. I raised her better than that. Her mother and we tried to. It's not your fault, Jim. Like hell it isn't. Listen, whatever you need to do, you do it. And Jake, I'll be having a conversation with my daughter about respect. My own father came back from Korea with shell shock, what they called PTSD back then. Took his own life when I was 15. This isn't acceptable. After we hung up, I actually felt bad for the storm coming Brittany's way. Then I remembered her words. Embarrassing, get over it, real men. Nah, she earned whatever's coming. Rodriguez texted the group chat with a photo. He'd made custom t-shirts. Operation Extract Jake, leave no vet behind. 15 shirts. These beautiful bastards really made uniforms for my breakup. Tomorrow I'm getting boxes and packing my stuff while Brittany's at work. She has no idea her Saturday morning is about to become legendary in the worst possible way. Update 3, Saturday D-Day. 0745. I'm dressed, bags packed, boxes labeled. Brittany's still asleep. She was out late last night with her friends, came home tipsy, tried to initiate sexy time. I pretended to be asleep. 0750. First vehicle arrives. Williams in his F-150, music off, engine quiet. Parks across the street. Then Rodriguez. Then Thompson with a U-Haul. By 0755, there are 8 vehicles on our street. 0800, the doorbell rings. Brittany stumbles out of the bedroom. Who the hell is here this early? I'll get it. I open the door. Sergeant Mitchell is standing there in his dress uniform. Full medals. Bronze Star, Purple Heart, combat ribbons, the works. Behind him, 14 other veterans. Half in dress uniforms, half in those custom shirts Rodriguez made. Morning specialist. Mitchell says, loud enough for Brittany to hear. We're here for the extraction. Brittany appears behind me. What is this? Mitchell looks past me. Ma'am, we're here to help Jake move out. I'm Sergeant First Class Mitchell, retired. These are his brothers. The blood drains from her face as she processes what's happening. 15 veterans, several visibly scarred, some with prosthetics, all staring at her. Jake, what? You can't be serious. You said get over it or get out. I'm getting out. William steps forward. He's missing his left leg below the knee. Ma'am, we heard you think PTSD is embarrassing. Is my prosthetic embarrassing too? Rodriguez, burn scars covering half his face. How about me? Should I just get over IED explosions? Brittany's mouth opens and closes like a fish. Mitchell never breaks eye contact with her. Every man here served with honor. Every man here came back with wounds, visible or not. And every man here knows that Jake saved 3 lives in Hellman Province, including mine. The thunderstorm that triggers him? That was the night he earned his Bronze Star. The night he carried me 200 yards under fire after an RPG hit our position. I never told Brittany that story. Never told her about any of the medals. I didn't. She stammers. No, ma'am, you didn't. You didn't know because Jake doesn't brag. Heroes rarely do. But you should have known enough to show basic human respect. The men file in silently, efficiently. It's a well-oiled machine. 2 guys per room, 1 packing, 1 carrying. My gaming setup, clothes, books, kitchen stuff I bought. Everything mine is boxed and loaded in under an hour. Brittany tries to talk to me several times. The guys form a subtle barrier, keeping her at distance. Professional, but clear. Thompson finds my medals in the closet. I kept them in a box, never displayed them. He holds up the Bronze Star. Brittany, did you even know he had this? She shakes her head. How about his Purple Heart? The Army Commendation Medal? Did you know your embarrassing boyfriend saved lives? Silence. Update 4, Saturday afternoon. The move-out was done by 09:15. 15 veterans can clear an apartment fast. But they weren't done. As we're loading the last boxes, more cars start arriving. Wives, girlfriends, some kids. Martinez's wife, Sophia, a nurse at the VA, walks up to Brittany. I treat veterans with PTSD every day. You know what's actually embarrassing? People like you who stigmatize mental health. These men fought for your freedom to be an ignorant brat. Brittany's best friend, Ashley, shows up, probably called her. Takes one look at the scene and tries to defend her. You're all overreacting. She just said what everyone thinks. Dead silence. Mitchell steps forward. What everyone thinks. Ma'am, I lost half my unit in Afghanistan. Jackson here held his best friend while he bled out. Rodriguez was trapped in a burning vehicle for 40 minutes. You think asking for some understanding while processing that is weakness. Ashley retreats to her car. But the coup de grace comes when Jim, Brittany's dad, pulls up. He's wearing his Vietnam veteran cap, his Purple Heart pinned to his jacket. Dad, Brittany runs to him. Dad, they're being mean. Stop. His voice could freeze hell. Just stop. He walks past her, straight to me, and salutes. Old school, crisp. Specialist. I apologize for my daughter's behavior. It's conduct unbecoming of anyone, especially someone raised in a military family. He turns to address the group. Gentlemen, I'm ashamed. My daughter has disrespected not just Jake, but every one of you, myself, and everyone who's worn a uniform. There's no excuse. Brittany starts crying. Daddy, I didn't mean... You didn't mean what? To call his medical condition embarrassing? To tell him real men don't have PTSD? To minimize the sacrifice of better people than you'll ever be? The neighbors are all outside watching now. Brittany's reputation in this neighborhood is done. Rodriguez steps up to her. You know what? My wife has never served a day. Know what she does when I have a bad night? Holds me. Makes coffee. Remind me I'm home. That's what real women do. Update 5, Saturday night. I'm writing this from my brother's couch. Still processing everything. After the trucks were loaded, Mitchell gathered everyone for one last thing. They formed up in 2 lines, leading from the apartment to the vehicles. Specialist Allen, he called out, formal as hell. Your unit is ready to move out. I walked between them while they saluted. Every single one. Brittany watched from the doorway, sobbing. Her dad stood apart, stone-faced. As I got in my car, Williams called out, Hey Brittany, this is what loyalty looks like. Take notes. The convoy pulled out together. 15 vehicles, hazard lights on, driving in formation. People stopped to watch. Some saluted when they saw the uniforms. My phone's been blowing up. Brittany, 32 texts. 18 calls everything from, I'm sorry, to you're overreacting, to this is abusive, to please come back. Her mom, Jake, I'm mortified. Jim told me everything. You deserve so much better. Her friends, mixed bag. Some calling me dramatic, others saying they never liked how she talked about me. My favorite was from Ashley. Using your military buddies to bully a woman? Pathetic. Rodriguez replied before I could. She'd posted it publicly, ma'am. We didn't bully anyone. We helped our brother leave a toxic situation. The only pathetic thing here is defending someone who mocks mental health. But here's the kicker, Brittany's job. She works for a defense contractor. Her boss is a retired Marine colonel. Someone, definitely not me, forwarded him screenshots of her texts about PTSD being embarrassing, with a note about concern this reflects company values. She's got a meeting Monday morning. Update 6, Monday. Jim called me this morning. Jake, wanted to give you a heads up. Brittany lost her job. What? The colonel at her company took those screenshots very personally. Apparently his son has PTSD from Iraq. She was terminated for conduct incompatible with company values. I actually felt bad for a second. Then Jim continued. She's also been disinvited from the family Thanksgiving. Her mother and I agree. We can't have someone at our table who disrespects veterans like that. Not when we have you, my father's memory, and our own service to consider. Jim, that seems harsh. Son, harsh was what she said to you. This is consequences. Meanwhile, the unit group chat has evolved. They've started a fund, everyone throwing in to help me get my own place. No roommates needed. In 2 days, they've raised $8,000. These guys who don't have much are giving what they can because that's what we do. Mitchell called. Jake, the money's not charity. It's an investment in a brother who'd do the same for any of us. You saved my life in Afghanistan. This doesn't even start to balance those scales. Rodriguez's wife, Sophia, reached out too. She runs a support group for partners of veterans with PTSD. Jake, I wanted you to know, we use your story as an example now of what not to accept. 3 women have left relationships since Saturday after realizing they deserve better. The apartment complex where Brittany lives has also been interesting. Apparently, the story spread. She's now known as the girl who insulted veterans. Her neighbor, a Gold Star mother, won't even look at her. Final update, 2 weeks later. I'm moved into my new place. Small 1-bedroom, but it's mine. The guys helped me set it up, even bought me a couch. William's wife made curtains. Rodriguez installed a security system. For the bad nights, he said. So you feel safe. Brittany has tried everything. Showing up at my brother's house, he called the cops. Having her friends message me, block them all. Writing a long Facebook post about mental health awareness, got roasted in the comments. Trying to get her job back by claiming discrimination, Colonel told her to pound sand. Sending flowers to my new place, donated them to the VA hospital. The last text she sent before I changed my number. You destroyed my life over one comment. Rodriguez saw it before I blocked her. His response. No, you destroyed your life with repeated comments disparaging military veterans and mental health. Jake just refused to be your victim. My therapist says I'm processing everything well. You established boundaries and enforced them with support from your community. That's healthy. The best part? I'm actually doing better. Turns out, living with someone who minimizes your trauma is worse than the trauma itself sometimes. My night terrors have decreased. I'm sleeping better. Who knew that removing toxic people could be therapeutic? The unit still checks in daily. We got a barbecue planned for next month, partners and families invited. Sophia is introducing me to her friend Anna, a teacher who volunteers at the Wounded Warrior Project. She actually understands, Sophia promised. Jim still calls weekly. Last conversation ended with, Jake, you're still family to us. Brittany's behavior doesn't change that. My father would have been proud to know you. Looking back, Brittany did me a favor. She showed me who she really was. And more importantly, she reminded me, who has my 6? To anyone dealing with similar disrespect, you don't have to tolerate it. Whether it's PTSD, depression, anxiety, or any other battle, your struggles are valid. Your pain is real. And anyone who tells you otherwise doesn't deserve space in your life. And to my unit, if you're reading this, Rangers lead the way. All the way. Edit. For those asking, yes, this is real. No, I won't share Brittany's social media. She's faced enough consequences. Let her rebuild and hopefully learn. Edit 2. The VA has resources if you're struggling. Don't suffer alone. And if someone dismisses your pain, remember, that's about their character, not your worth. Edit 3. Brittany's dad Jim wanted me to add this. To any veterans reading, your service mattered. Your sacrifice mattered, and your struggles matter. Don't let anyone, especially not my daughter, tell you otherwise.